Hey, what's up, everyone? We are about to start the show. I see that we already have NYC Beauties in the room saying greetings. Kevin Kare, 42, is here saying greetings. The Learning Curve is here. That's the Revolutionary Matron. She says, greetings, fam. I'm making my late night drink. Wonder what kind of drink that is. So we are going to start the show in a minute or two. Just wanted to pop in real quick, let you guys know what we have in store tonight. Again, this is a Saturday Night Shoot the Breeze episode, so we try to keep it a little bit fun. But we will be starting with the Democrats losing election and grip on power. We will be talking about the situation at Howard University. We will be talking about the diaspora doing their own thing, growing their own food, etc. We will talk about the bailiff from Judge Judy. There's an update. We will be talking about possible abductions to harvest organs. We'll be talking about Ethiopia as an ancient Christian colony. We will be talking about the hashtag Astroworld incident that just went down. We'll be talking about Big Bird. Guess why we're talking about Big Bird tonight? Then we'll be talking about Aaron Rodgers testing positive for COVID-19 and Stephen A. Smith being mostly silent about it. And last but not least, we will be talking about the Southwest employee who suspected a white mom with a black daughter of human trafficking. Drop a one if you guys have heard any of these headlines this past week. And drop a one just to let me know that you can hear me. I want to be sure that the family can hear me. Drop a one. I will be dropping the link later for those who want to join the panel. You can do that as well. I don't see a one from anyone. Okay, now we got it. The learning curve dropped a one. So we're going to start the show on the other side of the opening. NYC Beauty says one. Okay, thank you guys for that. We'll be starting the show. This thing. We'll be starting the show right now.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. We are going to get into this Saturday Night Shoot the Breeze. I want to thank all of you who are tuned in live with me tonight. Also want to thank those of you who will be tuning into the playback. I've noticed that this show gets a lot of playbacks after the live stream is aired. So I want to thank you guys who tune in to the show after it's aired, and you help to give those views. Mr. Untouchable is here, stands reporting live from somewhere in the Caribbean. Wink, wink. So there's the link. I just posted it. You guys feel free to join the panel if you want, like we always do. I'm going to post up the first prompt for tonight as we welcome Kevin Carre.
Greetings, everyone. How are you, Koku?
I am great. How are you today?
I'm great. No complaints.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to post the first prompt right now. And that first prompt is... Oh, I just messed up. Hold on. I hate when that happens. Something didn't copy just now. Okay, so let's try this again. The first Shoot the Breeze topic tonight is about the Democrats losing election and grip on power. Mr. Untouchable, welcome to the stream. Mr. Untouchable, welcome to the panel. What says you, Mr. Untouchable?
Just reporting for duty.
Hey.
Hope everyone is good.
Mr. Untouchable, how is France going down?
We'll get into it, man. We'll get into it, Kevin. We'll get into it.
So I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to share my screen. So for those of you who might not know, there was these midterm elections in the U.S. and in particular, Virginia was up for contest, and I think the Democrats lost in Virginia. And as you can see on the screen, someone's breathing heavy into the mic. Let me mute. As we can see on the screen that I just shared, the title is "Virginia Gives Democrats a Test of Black Burnout Before 2022." And we see a picture of, what was that, Stacey Adams, and what's that, Terry McAuliffe, I guess that's his name. So it says a Democrat, Terry McAuliffe, worked the crowds at Norfolk State University's homecoming football game. Many fans at the historically Black school were ready with answers before he even could ask for their vote. So here's a quote. "Everybody I talked to said, 'Don't worry, I've already voted. I've already voted,'" McAuliffe said of his campaign stop last weekend. But McAuliffe can't afford not to worry. Polls have consistently shown him with the overwhelming support of Black Virginians, but his victory may hinge on whether this core part of his base shows up in strong numbers to vote. National activists worry that President Joe Biden's falling approval ratings and a lack of action by the Democratic-controlled Congress on voting rights and issues important to African Americans could spell trouble in a race with Republican former businessman Glenn Youngkin that already looks exceedingly tight. Black voters, by and large, are feeling like they're being taken for granted, said Wes Bellamy, co-chair of Our Black Party, which advocates for political positions that benefit African Americans. And any hint of waning enthusiasm among Democratic base voters could prove even more disastrous for the National Party in next year's midterm elections, when the party's narrow control of both congressional chambers is at stake. Black voters made up 11% of the national electorate in 2020, and 9 in 10 of them supported Biden last year. 9 in 10. Playing critical roles in delivering close votes, close states like Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, according to AP Votecast, a nationwide survey of the 2020 electorate. But that means any softening of support could have the opposite effect on statewide races next year. So let me just check something here. Yeah, this article was from this year. To continue, Democrats have been mobilizing their brightest national stars in hopes of staving off complacency in party ranks. Vice President Kamala Harris recorded a video praising McAuliffe that will be seen at 300 plus churches statewide and campaigned for McAuliffe on Thursday. Former President Barack Obama will be in Richmond this weekend, and Biden is coming next week. This race is tight, Harris said. So remember, this article was written just before the election. This race is tight, Harris told hundreds of cheering supporters in the Washington suburb of Dumfries on Thursday night. And we got to make it clear, Virginia, that we're paying attention. We got to make it clear that we're not taking anything for granted. They're following Georgia Democratic gubernatorial candidate Stacey Abrams and Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, who each visited black churches last weekend. Abrams will be back in the state for Charlottesville rally Sunday. McAuliffe, who served as governor from 2014 to 2018, has visited 60-plus black churches, his campaign says, and last Sunday held the first of several planned souls to the polls, quote-unquote souls to the polls, efforts to bring African-American worshipers to early voting stations. It's difficult to gauge the success. Hold on. We have someone else here. That's the matrons coming along. Peace to the matron. It's difficult to gauge the success of those campaigns since Virginia has only recently begun allowing no excuse early voting. Still, McAuliffe advisors said they're encouraged by the total number of early ballots cast so far. Nearly 310,000 people have cast in-person ballots and another almost 180,000 voting by mail. Hold on, did I not bring in the matron? Okay, I'll do it in a second. Let's hold tight, matron. That pales in comparison to the more than 1 million Virginians who voted by mail during last year's presidential race, though. Those totals could also be offset by a strong showing on Election Day, when more Republicans than Democrats have tended to vote. At nearly every campaign stop, McAuliffe, who is white, mentions how he was recruited by leading members of the State House Black Caucus to run again, and that helped him top 3 black candidates in the Democratic gubernatorial primary, 2 of them women. This week, he released an ad focusing on the violent 2017 clash between white supremacists and counter-protesters in the college town of Charlottesville, part of an ongoing effort to keep former President Donald Trump front of mind for Virginia voters. The ad contrasted Trump saying there were, quote-unquote, very fine people on both sides, against McAuliffe's own reaction as governor when he implored the white supremacists and the Nazis that came into Charlottesville today, go home. You are not wanted. Young King's message to black voters promotes his economic plans. Quote, Terry McAuliffe failed to deliver for the black community as governor, losing their support, and now he is desperately trying to regain their trust, said Youngkin spokesman Macaulay Porter. Bellamy of all our black party spent recent weeks driving around Virginia and was surprised at the number of Youngkin yard signs he saw. He said McAuliffe has a very strong record that will help him with the black community, but national Democrats present potential hurdles. When you look at national politics, when you look at some of the things that the Biden campaign promised but not quite delivered on, I think there will be some trickle-down effect, he said. Bellamy singled out Congress's failure to pass federal voting rights legislation and policing reform. He said many black voters have been troubled that some top Democrats haven't endorsed changing Senate rules to get some legislation passed over unified Republican opposition, but have said that they might be willing to change chamber rules to move major spending bills. Indeed, the Senate took up a voting rights package Wednesday, only to have it blocked by Republican opposition, the kind of maneuver changing chamber rules might prevent. McAuliffe counters that black voters know his record from his first 10 years governor, when he restored voting rights for many former Virginia felons and others who had been removed from the state's voting rolls, and pushed state lawmakers to expand Medicare coverage under the Obama administrator's signature health law. He's also released a campaign plan to lift up black Virginians, which includes pledges to accelerate the pathway to $15 per hour minimum wage, while working to ensure state government better supports black-owned banks and promotes diversity in financial fields. Jenkins Zardee, 62, a retired Navy sailor who attended a recent McAuliffe rally with Abrams in Norfolk, said he believes there's enough enthusiasm. It's all about turnout, said Zardee, but people know if you didn't like the last 4 years we just came out of, you have to come and vote for Terry McAuliffe. That message hasn't reached anyone, though. Regina Scheithow, a singer and part-time school volunteer, attended the same rally instead of Abrams. That's how you get the people to pay attention. But Scheithow said she knew little about McAuliffe, despite the fact that he's already been governor, and said she hadn't yet decided whether to vote for him. Another potential wild card is Princess Blanding, the sister of a black man who was killed by Richmond police in 2018. She is running for governor as a third-party candidate. At McAuliffe's rally with Abrams, some attendees hoisted Blanding campaign signs, and though their ranks were small, they outnumbered the few protesters present waving Young King signs. The Democratic National Committee has announced a campaign featuring ad on Spanish language and black radio and in print outlets targeting the Asian American community. That's in addition to spending $5 million in Virginia boosting campaign staff and organizing and training capacity. But Cliff Albright, this article is long as hell, but Cliff Albright, co-founder of Black Voters Matter, said Democratic outreach efforts in Virginia have generally been late and underfunded and have relied too heavily on things like ads instead of on-the-ground outreach. Bringing in Democratic standouts likely wouldn't be enough to correct that, he predicted. Pulling in new, infrequent voters is going to take more than a couple of visits. It's really going to take creating some type of excitement at the grassroots level, and ideally some excitement that's around policy that people feel passionate about and feel like is really on the line, Albright said. I just don't know if McAuliffe has really specified to folks about the urgency is in order to get some of the new voters that they need. Let me finally take time and bring in the matron. Matron, are you there?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Greetings, everyone.
Greetings to you, matron. So I see we have a troll in the
Greetings, matrons.
I see we have a troll in the chat.
I killed them. The body's buried. Don't worry, it's been taken care of.
Okay, cool. You have to subscribe to my channel to really post a comment. So that's wild that someone subscribed just to post that stupid shit, right? So Kevin Cartwright, what is your take on this? On the election that happened in Virginia? I think there was a Democratic loss. What's your take on all of that?
Well, burn, baby, burn. Burn, Democrats, burn. Besides Virginia, you heard in New Jersey, that guy was supposed to win really quickly, but it went down to, he won by a hair. These Democrats, they don't give a damn about black people. I'm not talking about any other group. I'm talking about for black people specifically. They only come around every 2 to 4 years wanting our votes. And now they're in major trouble. And I'm praying and I'm hoping that next November come here quickly so they can get them the hell out. These people are no good for us. And the other problem is you got all these old people running the government. A lot of people, their average age, they were born like in the mid 1940s. That's the problem.
So let me ask you a question: are the Republicans better for black folks?
Neither. I'm just independent. I'm for whoever gonna give me resources and money. Elections are transactional. That's what we got to start being. We gotta stop being so emotional, and that's a problem. Is that they're going to these churches? Like, the majority of black people don't go to church. They're using the old strategy, And look what Biden's trying to do: give these illegals that came across the border, with their kids, and their kids got put, trying to give them $450,000. Well, what the hell's up with that, man? Where's the money going to come from?
Mm-hmm.
Our tax dollars. That's where that money's coming from. You work, I work, matron works, they're white. But we got to pay money to these people? That's their fault. That's not my problem. You brought your kid across the border illegally.
So one of the issues with the U.S. Well, one of the issues with politics is that I don't think a lot of black folks talk about enough is, let's say you live in New York and there's a Republican in New York who's saying the right things of what they're going to do for the black population in New York City, right? The reality is, though, that if the Democrats are in power, that Republican ain't gonna be able to do much of anything. So it ends up being this case of, and vice versa. If it's a Democrat saying all the right things, if the Republicans are in power, that Democrat probably can't do the things that they want to do. So I think that's where this evolution of like down voting kind of came from, where, well, shit, this person is saying the right thing. This person is showing up in our church, et cetera, et cetera. And so if we want to give that person a chance to do the things that they say they're going to do, then we got to vote so that their party can have the power, can have the reins. Am I misstating that, matron?
Okay, that's what we think is supposed to happen, but we know something different. Our historical experiences are something very different.
Elaborate a little bit.
So, Obama had the House, the Senate, and and the White House, right?
Super majority.
And then, what'd you say?
He had a super majority.
Correct. And then he said, I need a super duper majority to do anything for you niggas.
Mm-hmm.
What we know is that none of that really matters. We know that at least twice in my life, flat out taken power. We have hanging chads and pregnant chads and chads that don't count. This particular president was really the winner, but it was a misprint. It was a typo. All these other things that have happened in our lifetimes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we know they do what the fuck they want to do, and what they want to do is not do shit for us. So you can make a decision to divest. You can make a decision to try to take over your local politics because they have black granting programs that do make a difference and an impact in your local community. But our historical experience dictates that it doesn't matter who's in charge or who's in control. The objective is not to do anything for anybody black that might have citizenship rights to this country.
I agree with that. I think that ultimately these two parties are just two sides of the same coin when it comes to black folks, and so you shouldn't expect anything much from them, which means to me the alternative is not so much in the voting process, but the alternative is in the process of self-determination. You have to come up with the solutions for your situation. Mr. Untouchable, what says you about this whole thing?
Well, Koku, me personally, I tread very carefully when it comes to what other black people in other countries decide to do with their politics, because Lord knows what ours is in our country.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say this with all humility. I would say this. The American government makes a statement. They say that they have no permanent friends, nor do they have permanent enemies. They have permanent interests. This is what the American government says. It seems like the Black Americans collectively said within their voting up to 90% that we do have permanent friends. So no matter what our permanent friends do, we're gonna vote for them regardless, up to 90%. even though the interest, if you ask the typical Black American person, as far as what their interests are, whether they're permanent or not, their interests are constantly changing. You know, one year or one electoral year is LGBT. The next electoral year is women's rights. The next electoral year is another thing. They had a particular group of people who said that, well, we have a wealth gap that we want to close. We want to close a wealth gap, you know, because we are not competitive as far as the other groups of people who've been here just as long as us. It would seem to me that that would be what the permanent interest would be. And whoever have the, not the promise, but whoever have the wherewithal to fulfill that gap, you know, that would really be in the interest of a large amount of Black American people. Whoever politician comes and say, well, I have a plan, I'm going to give you this. We're going to try to see if we secure the gap, the wealth gap within America to make y'all guys competitive. Whoever does that, it would seem that would be what their permanent interests are. Whether that has come to fruition or not, some say Trump did it, some say Biden might do it. Another thing too I wanted to mention is, as far as electoral or political politicians, you look at their track record. You look into their track record, and because really, you know, past history is really an indication of what you're really going to do going forward. And if you look at Joe Biden, as far as Black people are concerned, I don't see how, in my mind, in my imagination, why would they put their support behind him? But that's another matter. Maybe Matrix can answer, who's been in the country longer than I have, maybe Kevin or maybe yourself. But that's what I have.
All right. But here's something too that the Democrats were doing. You know, earlier this year they gave the Asian hate crime bill, and they're pandering to the Hispanics. But did you see there was a story that says if Youngkins win, he has to thank the Asian and the Hispanic community. The Hispanic and the Asian community broke bad on the Democrats. They said, screw you. We got what we want from you. We're going to the Republicans. And I always said that Hispanics and Asians always vote Republican. So now that stuff blew up right in their face, the Democrats.
Matron?
Yeah. Okay. So, from my perspective, we have never decided to organize our own politics. And because we have not made the decision to organize our politics, then our politics are often dictated to us by others, right? You know, the intellectual elite. And the intellectual elite decided a long time ago, because we're very spiritual people, that it would be best to organize our politics around pseudo-emotional issues and give us symbolic gestures and things like that. I don't know if that really answers in depthly the question that you're asking, because y'all know I can talk a long time. But I'll just say that largely the African American population here has been emotionally manipulated by the intellectual elite, and it has backfired on them, because at some point people get over and they get to the point where it's just like, fuck my feelings. Let me tell you, let me see what you're doing materially to improve the condition of my life.
So if the Democrats are losing elections and perhaps losing power by way of Black support, are Black folks just removing themselves from the electoral process, or are Black folks defecting and going over to Republicans? Kevin, what do you say?
I think it may be a little bit of both. What you're seeing, if you gauge in the needle, you're seeing a lot of Black people, especially they were saying a lot of young Black people are leaving the Democratic Party. You know?
Okay.
And so the other half is like, yo, you know what? I'm not my parents' generation. I'm not my grandparents. I'm not just gonna vote for you just because. What are you gonna do for me? You know, there are other issues going on. You know, you promised about student loan, about, you know, the police, you know, trying to get that, what's that bill, qualified immunity. And, you know, You have lied to us. You said you're going to do these things for us, but you did nothing for us. And what Biden, remember what Biden said a couple of months ago? He told his donors nothing changed. But I digress. Matron?
I think black folks have identified the fact that they can buy a politician too. I don't think that largely that was something that had occurred to us. And I think that many black people, black equals African people, are making the decision to organize around issues that matter to them and align their resources with issues that align and are important to them. And if it's not about that issue, then they are organizing their economy with other black people to say, we're going to go buy this politician. We're going to invest in this process. Because as they begin to understand other investment markets, then the political capital that you can create and generate becomes more obvious.
I say bravo to that. I say bravo, but I just would be remind the Black Americans, the constituents, that you get what you pay for. You know what I mean? And hopefully, the politicians that you do buy, hopefully you ensure that they do what they are supposed to do, because everyone else buys politicians. Don't make no mistake about it. Whenever you want something done, whether it's in America or anywhere else, it takes money to do that and financing. So all I have to say to that is you get what you pay for. That's it.
Facts. And the other thing about being able to get what you can pay for is that what a lot of these movements don't understand is that your money ain't that long. I don't care if you are a black millionaire, multimillionaire. We have billionaires that go by politicians like in by the dozen, right? So you have to also recognize your money not that long.
So, hearing you guys talk about that reminds me of Powernomics, right? Where Dr. Claude Anderson talked about first you got to practice your group economics and the money you make there. You then have to buy your politicians, et cetera, et cetera. He likened it to like floors of a building. I'm just curious, though, what group economics are we practicing and which politicians have we bought? I'm not aware of. I'm not saying that it hasn't happened. I'm just not aware of it. So if anyone can fill me in, like which politicians have black folks bought like that?
It's us that's getting pimped by these politicians. But what Mitchell was saying is people are starting to wake up now, because someone always said we are politically immature. But right now we're starting to get it now. Many of us, we saw it before, but it was not a lot of us. But now you're seeing the majority, because now their lives are being affected. They're seeing their, Matron, now we spoke about it last time on the show, about the displacement. You lived in that community for so long, now you can't afford to pay rent. You can't afford to buy food. Now you're getting moved out for another group to come in to replace you. So what you're seeing right now is survival. That's all it is when your back is against the wall.
I'm curious about that. Question too, Coco. Which Black American politicians, all white, has Black Americans collectively bought? It? Maxine Waters? I mean, which one? Let me know, Matron.
None of them. But these are discussions that Black Americans are at least having in mass, is what I'm saying. That's the more appropriate organizing thought, is that they're at least talking about this theory, trying to figure out ways to implement this theory. Now, we're not going to get the celebrities. We're not going to get the people that actually have the money to help us buy a politician. They're not going to get any type of mass organized movement, because we don't have the media, we don't have the means, and we don't control anybody's economy, right? But they're at least trying to think about these higher theoretical principles from the grassroots level. They don't own anybody right now. They haven't bought anybody right yet. You know what I mean? And what's also true is that you see it every day. And I think her name was Cori Bush and and AOC and other people that came from the grassroots up, right? They get a taste of the high life the first time you taste the the decadence of the life that could be versus the life that you have lived, you forget all of those lower class, working class struggles and issues that you had. And you begin to say, well, I wonder, can they make my air taste like steak tartare and all types of other esoteric crap that, it's like, wow, that's really decadent, but not super practical for everyday life and living. So
Mm-hmm.
the more money you make, the more disconnected you are from the struggle, which is why I agree that this isn't the best policy, but it's something that's at least being said at multiple dinner tables in multiple organizations with multiple groups, that they're thinking about how to organize themselves to push up a politician that's going to represent their best interests.
Do you think, and this is for all you guys in the chat on the panel here with me right now, do you think, you remember Marcus Garvey said that if you don't have self-confidence, you are twice defeated. Do you think that black folks historically just haven't had the confidence in America to create political opposition parties, political parties to see about their own interest? Do you think that's the case?
Agree. Yes, that's one of it, because if you think about it, in America, every time a black person does something, it's destroyed. Black Wall Street.
Mm-hmm.
Even recently, back in the early 2000s, here in New York, you remember a group called Buffney? Koku?
No, I don't remember Buffney.
It was called Black United Front New York, where they had bought up a whole bunch of property upstate New York, and the governor at that time, Spitzer, was investigating them and had all that. I think the property were all confiscated. So it's like every little thing you do, you're gonna get investigated. They don't want you to grow in this country.
Mm-hmm.
But I digress.
So, if they don't want you to grow in this country, what do you think that means?
I just think it's time to get out.
Time to get out. Matron, what about you? What do you say to that last question I had? Do you think it's a self-esteem issue that black folks as a group in America haven't created political parties to seek out their own self-interest?
Okay, so I think that there are a couple of things that are true with regards to that. I don't think it's wholly a lack of self-confidence. I think it's lack of knowledge of self. Okay? Because the propaganda campaign to tell you that you are an American is incredibly strong. It starts before you're born, and it was in your mother and father's blood when they made you. Okay? So, like I speak a lot about the melting pot theory. I speak a lot about the fact that, even when dealing with children, parents often don't want you to explain and tell your children the truth of who they are, because it's diametrically opposed to the American dream and the American lore fairy tale that they are taught at school. And I think that black people don't really know who they are. And so because they don't know who they are, because they're not allowed to have firm cultural establishments, like other than a museum, or sometimes maybe you can go find a store that sells food, but you don't have any type of cultural center that's not debased in a horrid way, then they don't know who they are. And because they don't know who they are, they begin to align themselves with other things that are American. Oh, I'm an American. That's the whole FBA, ADOS movement. I'm an American. I'm not those people. I'm not these people. How you gonna ask your government to do something for you when they're the ones that did this to you? So, so long story short, it's not begrudging anybody's ideological framework, but largely we don't know ourselves. It takes a while to come into knowledge of self, because you usually have to process through a lot of different things. And because they don't know who they are, they can't be confident in whatever ideology they have, because they don't even have a working definition for their identity.
Nice. Well said. Mr. Untouchable, do you have any last words on this topic?
Yeah, briefly, I just want to touch on a few points. I agree with Matron. I agree almost 100%. She said that most black people see themselves as American. And there's nothing wrong with that. They were born into that situation, and they're gonna follow that train. So they're gonna try to work within the system to change the system. They don't necessarily see themselves as outsiders. You know, the people who I believe it'll probably be more willing to do the kind of thing that you're suggesting, really are black immigrants. That's a crazy thing to say, you know what I mean? But people who have been naturalized to come into the country, or people maybe the children of, you know what I mean? People who would just sit outside of the gate and see themselves as a little bit different, they will probably be more inclined to create a system outside of the regular political structure, Democrat and Republican. Unfortunately, you know, you had your Shirley Chisholms back in the day. She was, you know, she still was within the system, but for a black female to run for president, yeah, I mean, she was bucking that social order, you know, just by her sitting there, and she was from the Caribbean. So I think that more or less it may come from that enclave of people who sit at the gate and see themselves as a little bit of more outsiders as opposed to just wholeheartedly American. That's what I think.
I agree, and I think that's why there is the ADOS FBA groups. I think those groups are there to foment some disdain, hatred, perhaps, of the black immigrant or the so-called anchor babies, because the idea is that I think you're correct, and I think it would be the children of, you know, first generation or second generation folks who grow up who would want to push political parties and stuff a little bit more, because they understand fundamentally, because it's about fundamentals here, like the matron alluded to. Fundamentally, they're not American, and they don't see themselves as a part of this group with these folks who, you know, created the circumstances for which you have to deal with every day. Kare, were you about to say something?
No, I was saying the lieutenant governor of Virginia, she's Jamaican, former Marine.
Okay.
Yeah, and she tore into Joy Reid this week, actually. I think Joy Reid or Jameel Hill, one of those. She tore into
Jamel Hill, yeah, she did tear into. That's right, I saw that. Yep, she did tear into her this week as well. Something about voting and voting rights or something like that, right?
Yeah. It's just
Jamel was being sassy, and this lady just came in and just quickly decimated her whole talking points. I can't remember exactly what it was now, but I saw it and I remember reading it and I was like, damn, Jamel Hill got red. KW Don 7 is in the chat saying Sawabana. He says, I missed the troll. It's all good. The troll was caught. The troll's name, by the way, is Trinette Castro. So y'all hail up Trinette Castro if you feel to. I think we covered this topic pretty well. I'm going to post up the second Shoot the Breeze topic. If anyone has any last thoughts on that topic, by all means, you can add your thoughts now. But the second Shoot the Breeze topic for the night is Howard University having budget issues. So I guess this topic came up because I think it was this past week or so, we heard a lot of protests and whatnot coming out of Howard about the conditions in the dorms, etc. And I think Felicia Rashad is like the dean there, right? Can anyone confirm that here?
I know she has a high position there, yeah, but I don't know what position. It's a very high position she has in that college.
Yeah. So yeah, just before we get deeper into that topic, I just pulled this up earlier today. I want to show you all something quick from the first Shoot the Breeze prompt. This article is from 1998, August of 98, and it says Democrats fear loss of black loyalty. So this goes to show you that this phenomenon of black folks being upset with having an antagonistic relationship with the Democrats is not new. But the question that comes up, and we could discuss this later on because we're moving on to the next prompt, but the question becomes is, how long are you going to have this near breakup, but never really break up, right? But to the current problem that we're discussing now, There's this article here, Howard University students protest mold, rodents in campus dorms. Quote, I definitely have been disappointed in my experience, says a freshman struggling with the Washington, D.C. campus's living conditions. And there is a video here. Let's see.
You can barely hear the sound.
Okay, he must have had some technical difficulties, but one of the things that I was looking at or listening to was the fact that both Felicia Rayshard and Debbie Allen were recently interviewed about this issue regarding the living conditions at Howard University. You know, Felicia Rayshard is the dean of the fine arts department there. And I'm like, you know, as classy as she is and as tactful as she is, and at 73 years old, for her to have had the career that she's had, branching off into this area, is really impressive and amazing that she's taken these steps to try to fix the problems at the university that students have been quiet about for so long. Oh, he's back.
I am back. Thank you for holding it down. For some reason, my browser crashed for a second there. Were you guys able to see the video that was playing?
We saw it, but the sound was very low.
All right, let's do this again. Let me make sure this works. Just time. Actually, you know what? I'll just read the article instead. I don't want to tempt faith. Too tough. So the article says, while the expectations of the first year of college tend to be linked to independence and new opportunities, Chandler Robinson, a freshman at Howard University in Washington, D.C., said her expectations were much different than reality. Quote, I can't lie. I definitely have been disappointed in my experience, she said. Robinson is one of the many students at the top tier historically black university who have been protesting the living conditions and educational challenges on campus for weeks. Many students have reported to the university and shared on social media mold in the dorms, Wi-Fi connection problems, dining halls infested with rats and roaches, and an unresponsive administration. The mold problem began over the summer due to a flood on campus, Robinson told NBC News. Mold has since been identified in at least 38 dorm rooms out of 2,700 total dorm rooms on campus, an official from Howard University confirmed to NBC News. Several videos about conditions in Howard have gone viral on social media. Robinson posted one talking about what life has been like on campus that's just shy of 1 million views on TikTok. Robinson wasn't able to connect to Wi-Fi for over a month and couldn't access Blackboard, the platform colleges use for assignments and grades, but she was on TikTok though. Quote, I can't say that I'm really being educated just because students are tired, and so is faculty. The faculty made it very clear that they are struggling also, she said. Being 5 weeks behind in my classes is very difficult. It's very difficult to catch up. In response to the issues on campus, students have occupied the Blackburn University Center for nearly 2 weeks, right? And so students say they're prepared to protest for the remainder of the school year until mold is removed from dorms, water damage repaired, and expired air filters replaced. Everybody in here is pretty adamant on staying until our demands are met. Our demands are not demanding, they're just simple. I feel it's basic rights as a student based off the tuition we pay, said Jasmine Joof, a 19-year-old sophomore. Students say they're also protesting for additional off-campus housing for upperclassmen and for a student affiliate to be added to the university's board of trustees. The school is hurting its own reputation because this is a major issue, said Joof, a sociology major. They're making themselves look bad. Joof said her reason for demonstrating is personal, as the mold in her dorm room gave her respiratory issues. Quote, there was a point when I thought I had COVID, she said. Howard University officials on Monday afternoon said living conditions on campus are being exaggerated. Quote, our housing isn't deplorable at all. It is nowhere near the way the students are portraying it, Howard University Vice President of Communications Frank Tramble said in an interview with NBC News. Protesters say they have testimony from multiple resident advisors who contend the number is much higher and problems are worse. The university said in a statement last week that it was working with campus housing providers toward actively addressing the concerns our students have raised. While there have only been a small number of documented facilities reports, we are actively inquiring about unreported issues that may be in the residence halls by going door to door to interview each resident. Additionally, members of the administration have also toured and inspected every residence hall on campus and are addressing any documented facility issues directly with our third-party housing managers. The results of our inquiries affirm that the issues are not widespread, and the vast majority of our students are living comfortably in their rooms. The LIVE movement, a group that advocates for student rights and education reform, have been key to organizing the demonstrations. The group received donations to set up tents outside the Blackburn University Center, where some students are choosing to sleep outside rather than spend another night in mold-infested dorms. Robinson estimated that about 100 students are taking shifts to occupy the tents. Organizations like the campus chapter of the NAACP and other HBCUs across the country have been showing solidarity with Howard students. Gucci Mane, who was scheduled to perform for homecoming, canceled his appearance to show his support for the movement. Ray Schmerd performed in his place. The students are asking for a direct conversation with the president of the university, Dr. Wayne Frederick, and for the living conditions on campus to be improved. Students from the LIVE movement held a news conference Sunday after a video of an altercation with campus police and students circulated online over the weekend. I was choked by a police campus officer, by the people who are hired to protect us, student Elizabeth Cunningham said. I'm a black girl at a black college. I came to the HBCU to escape the oppression of the world, and here I am being physically hurt at a peaceful protest. We do not believe we are asking for much when we are asking to have a conversation with Wayne Frederick. Another student, Tyler Davis, said, it is not a radical notion to have a president that wants to communicate with his students. We came to Howard University on the basis that this would be a place that we would be heard, and not only to be heard, but to be listened to. Robinson said, even through the challenges, she's hopeful for the future. Quote, I am currently a proud student, not because I'm proud of the situations happening on campus, but because I'm proud of my peers. I'm proud of being the first in so many years to stand up, to bring light to the issues that so many before us were scared to, she said. I 100% see myself being a proud alum once these issues are met. And we can kind of laugh about it and say, hey, remember when we did this protest? Well, thankfully, those issues are finally resolved. Okay, that's the article. Matron, you were filling in when I was logged out. What say you about this situation? The matron might be muted, or maybe she's not here. Kevin Carey.
All right, I got a very. I think this
One
whole.
student is.
Okay, go ahead, Matron. I'm
What'd you
sorry.
say?
We weren't
Oh
hearing
no,
you.
it's okay. Oh, you weren't
Matron,
hearing me? Can you hear me now?
yes, we can.
Okay, I'm gonna pop out. You go ahead. Go on to the next member. I'm gonna pop out because maybe I'm having connection issues.
Okay, Carey.
Yeah, as Malcolm X said, I don't know if he's the one that said it, but the Negro buys what he wants, but begs for what he needs. Now,
Hmm.
when I'm seeing this, I think about Flint, Michigan, with their situation. Since the Obama administration, they did nothing for Flint. Now you're having this situation where it reminds that like you're living in a freaking slave quarter. You're
Yep.
there begging, and nothing is getting done. And as you said, she couldn't get connected to, is it Blackboard or whatever? I'm so out of college right now. I don't know.
Yeah, Blackboard. Yeah.
You can go on TikTok, or you can't find a way to complete your assignment.
Yeah, that's wild to me. That is wild to me.
When are we gonna start? As I said, it goes to prompt number one again with the Democrats. Why do we keep going to these places that mistreat us? Why? What are we gonna do for our own self?
Well, Howard University is a historically black college or university, right?
But they depend on white dollars to keep themselves going.
Right.
Remember when Trump was in power? You had all those. It looked like there's a famous photo I saw of a white hand feeding all these raccoons, and you saw all these presidents around Donald Trump begging the man for money.
Yeah. In the chat, KW Don 7 says black folks haven't collectively invested in the HBCUs, too busy trying to integrate into PWISs because Uruguay's ice is colder. So I just wanted to read that, Kevin Carey, because that echoed your sentiments exactly just now.
Actually, that's where I got my inspiration from. Actually, I have to credit KW Don on that one.
Okay. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
Oh yeah, I used to live in DC for a minute, so
Okay.
Just for a minute, not long. My cousin went to Howard. Howard University was like the black Harvard, as far as university is concerned in the world.
Mm-hmm.
It used to be like the black Harvard for many black people throughout the diaspora and even in America. Howard University, despite the fact that who was the founder of Howard University. But listening to this story, I understand that Howard needs money, just like many black universities. They need money, and I find that they have a money deficit issue. You remember there used to be a program called A Different World, which Bill Cosby was was behind.
Yeah. Right.
When they had A Different World, the people who wanted to go to universities, it went up dramatically. And I think that Howard University, as well as many other black universities, they have a marketing issue and they have a buy-in issue, because people feel like to get a 4-year education ain't gonna promise them or grant them the things that they want to have to do when they eventually graduate and leave university and do what they need to do with themselves. And I think that they need to market better. They need to go throughout the Black America and market and say, well, if you come to our university, here's what we can help you with. Here's what will come out. You coming and spending your money with our university. They need to have a buy-in. They need to go throughout the diaspora with people who have money and people who have an interest in going to university and say, if you come to our university, whether you're in the Caribbean or Africa, here's what we could do for you. Look at all of the graduates who has graduated from our university and look what we have done for them. So they have a marketing issue, I feel, and they have a buy-in issue. And you need to show and be able to explain to people how we can make your life better and come in our university. And in turn, they'll give you their dollars and you will have enough dollars to do what you need to do with that university as far as housing and different things. You can't depend on the government. I mean, you're going to get subsidies from the government, but historically, Black throughout the diaspora in America has been supporting HBCUs, but a lot of them has moved to the Harvards of the world and a lot of these white schools. So now you have to sell people who still are interested in attending your universities why they should attend and what is the payout, what is the payoff. And if you ain't doing that correctly, you're gonna always be short of cash. It's marketing and buy-in. That's what I believe.
I agree with you there.
Wait, I like what Mr. Achievement Mindset just said. They need to stop offering courses such as gender studies.
Yeah. So I agree with what both of these gentlemen have said just now. I remember when I was at COB way back in the day now, and they would have U.S. colleges, because back then COB, College of the Bahamas, was a 2-year school, and they would have these schools come. And I noticed that Howard was not there, but there was this school in Canada that all kind of Bahamian students went to. And then there was this school called Baylor. I don't know if Mr. Untouchable remembers hearing about Baylor back in the day. But Baylor used to be there all the time, trying to get students and stuff like that. So the fact that like a Howard wasn't there says a lot, right? The other thing too, just to piggyback off what Achieve Mindset said about the gender studies thing, I think Howard also lost its what's the word? I think it lost its view as a black college or university when they started letting white folks in there. And I think if Howard wanted to really repackage itself or remarket itself, they should go along the lines of an African-centered tertiary education, and an education that will connect you with your roots, connect you to your community, your African tradition, that will connect you to being a problem solver for the problems that you have in your communities. Now, the problem with that idea is that, as Achieve Mindset said earlier, is the university is not funded by black folks. So the problem there is if black folks ain't funding the university, you are not going to be able to push that kind of ideology. So it's a kind of like a snake biting its own tail type of thing. Somewhere, somehow, and I think the guy who's president, if I'm not mistaken, I think he's Trinidad. I think he's from the Caribbean. We have to find a way to fund the university more while the university, that's my ice machine making noise in the background, while the university also promotes itself as being a little bit more African or black equals African centered. What say you guys to that thought?
I think that that's, with the greatest respect, Koku, I think that's a bad idea. The greatest respect. And the reason why is the majority of black people don't want to be black. You know what I mean? I understand it would be for their own benefit and it's good for them. But if you sell them on the selling point of that African-centeredness, when they're trying to be a part of, or as far as integrated within the so-called global society, or they're in their own society as being so-called Americans, quote unquote, they're not going to be willing to pay for it, brother. They don't want to pay. They want to be included. They want to be able to say, I am just like this person here. There's nothing fundamentally different besides our skin complexion. So we should be able to have access just like you. They are not trying to be within and of themselves, a nation that's set apart, and we doing something by ourselves. I think that if you could maybe sell that to some Chinese, if I'm being honest, I think that's a bad selling point, brother.
No, well, I get it. I don't have a problem with you disagreeing with it, because even I know how difficult a sell that is, right? Although I will say, and we're going to welcome in Achieve Mindset to the panel, I will say Howard needs to reestablish itself as something black, though. I will say that, because it was, traditionally it was known as the Black Harvard, right? So I will say that it needs to reestablish itself as black. If you don't want to go, if it's too much to go the route, the route that I was pushing,
Yes.
then that's fine. But reestablish yourself. The learning curve said that the Divine Nine took the place of the HBCU. I'm not sure what the Divine Nine is.
Yeah, she'll have to come on and explain that. I don't know what that is either.
Yeah, but we do have Achieve Mindset. Achieve, what say you about this prompt?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Good morning, where am I? But yeah, greetings. I kind of want to say that I came on because I need to give a counter argument to what the brother was saying. Is that everybody doesn't want to be black, but you have to realize that people go through phases in life, right? Everybody decides what they want to do, and we have to accept that when someone is 18 or 19, 21, they're not really going to want to be black. But once they've been in the workplace and they realize that you have no value, you're not treated respectfully, you're not, people have diversity, but they don't really care about you. You're going to want to go to a place that you're going to say, okay, look, I want something meaningful in my life. I personally think that Harvard needs to have a more Afrocentric based education that links to the continent and say, look, you're not going to be able to be a millionaire in the US, but you can be a millionaire in Africa fixing roads or building factories and give them the practical skills needed to retool themselves to go and build the foundations in Africa or in black major cities. I don't think there's anyone left since Detroit has been naturally destroyed. No, not natural, artificially destroyed. So I understand why he's saying that you might not have 18-year-olds there, but you might be able to draw the 30-year-olds, the 35-year-olds that want to get, like, I want to know about how to build a factory, not the all theory and nothing. I want to know the theory and the practical, how to build a factory. I want to take it to Africa and build me a factory to do baked beans, for example, right? Those kind of courses will be what they need to specialize in. And I think if they tap into that kind of STEM-based stuff, they will be able to now say to themselves that, look, we're going to go to the African community, the Nigerians, your Liberians, all of these guys, and say, hey, come to us. We'll teach you the skills that you need. Go back to your country, you can build your country. And, that becomes a way for you to then attract the young people to go and do more of these things in Africa. It's going to take a long time to establish that for Howard and take a lot of investment. That goes back to the thing that who's willing to invest in that, that's $1 billion kind of investment. And that's the main problem.
That was going to be my next question to you. I agree with you. I agree with you. I also agree with Mr. Untouchable in that there's a lot of folks who will take that to be too heavy, right? Afrocentric stuff. But my question to you is, how do you get the funding?
It's simple. The funding is very simple. You're just gonna have to ask people for money. You're just gonna have to go to people. You're gonna have to, find a way to talk to some of these. I know people may disagree with some of these rappers, literally to just say, look, we need the funds. We need you to put money here and there and see what deals you can make out of it. I mean, I think that they can't, Howard can't compete with Harvard on being white because Harvard is white. So you're gonna have to stick to your own. And if you look at, for example, right, how do I say this? Like, for example, if you want to learn Chinese or Japanese, you're gonna have to go to their country to learn things properly from their, cultural and those kind of stuff. You're not gonna be able to learn it in American university, learning about Japanese culture. It just doesn't make any sense. So you're gonna have to model yourself and push yourself market wise differently to everybody else. Like, one of the funny things I've always heard is that they keep having this Greek affiliation and Greek organization, Alpha Kappa Omega. Look, that's not our culture. You could have just said, you know what, we're not going to do this. We're going to adopt the African linguistic way, right? So if you are in the East House, that's East African, and you're going to learn something to do with East African, and travel to East Africa before you can get your, your certification or get your diploma saying that your degree saying that you've actually passed, like you actually had to travel to the continent. If they model themselves very differently, it's going to be very, very different. And one of the things is to make it. I know people may disagree with this, but to make it like only the 10th of black people can go to the university, like a bull,
The
like
talented
a bull,
tens.
mate. But yeah, the top 10th, yeah. I know I didn't want to make a negative out of it, but you have to make it look. We're building the next generation, and unfortunately, it's gonna cost money. And you're gonna have to start that way first, and then get those generations of people who's succeeded in passing and build a business. Saying, look, please, give us some money, and let's continue this. And then university have to help them,
Mm-hmm.
And okay, a simpler way to do this is simple, right? Go to the African countries and get the next presidents, all these politicians' children to come to university. You know, so I know it's cynical to say this, but at least they're stealing money because okay, you know what? In the next 100 years, we don't want prime ministers and presidents stealing money. But for now, if there's still like a billion and they give 200 million to Howard, it is bad. But at least we're using that 200 to build to invest in a future that will prevent it from happening. You understand? Because you're not gonna tell a thief to stop stealing. You can actually prevent his children from stealing. I don't know if that analogy works, but you're just gonna have to find a way to make it happen, and slowly just have to turn the tide. And I think that these people kept relying on what's it called, Donald Trump, and they thought Bill Biden is gonna help them, give them money, and we're looking at the result of when people keep running around talking about diversity, and when diversity doesn't work, which is how it's made an example of, you're not gonna do better than them. You're not going to out white them, and you're not going to out diversify them. So you're going to have to stick to your roots. That's all I have to say.
I agree with that. Harvard is a seat of power, and the seat of power creation in America is it's one of them, one of the few. And so I agree with what you're saying. Now, before I let Mr. Untouchable respond to what you just said, did you get a new microphone, Achieve Mindset?
No. I think the last times that I'm trying to code and I'm trying to do some Linux, and I kept overloading my machine at the
Oh,
same
okay.
time. So
Okay.
that's probably why it caused some sounds.
Okay. So, Mr. Untouchable, what say you to that?
No, I think that. Well, let me first respond to this first comment as far as rappers making contributions to black universities. You have to understand first and foremost that the rappers really they really are subservient to their paymasters, and their paymasters don't look like them. The last rapper, I think his name is Dr. Dre. He contributed a $70 million donation to USC. And that's really a phenomenal thing, because it's like you have all these black universities, and a majority of his money was made by people buying into his music, which was majority black Americans.
But
Let's
USC didn't need that money though. That was a problem. They didn't need that money. They already have
let's
their own
add
money.
let's add some more context too. USC
Yes,
is a
sir.
predominantly white
Yes,
school,
university.
whereas UCLA is more so a black. It's in a hood, and it's more so black than USC is. But
Yes,
continue.
and he could, and I'm thinking to myself, Dr. Dre, if he even went to university or any had any understanding about the issues that so-called foundational black universities would face, you would think he would have given some of that money to black universities. So I'm very skeptical of going to so-called black rappers who have the bag right now. They really subservient to their own paymasters. As far as going to black leaders of black nations, you have to be very careful of that too. And I really don't want to be a naysayer, but when you, let's say, get 50 million or 100 million from a person like what's the last president of Liberia who got taken out of office? I forget his name now.
Charles Stewart.
Charles Taylor. These
Charles Taylor. I'm sorry, not Stewart.
Charles Taylor. These monies could be frozen by the United States government because they may consider it as ill-gotten gain. So you want to be very careful with that. Now, to have their children sent there and to have people who they could influence send their children there as well. I agree. I agree. I say go to the Black diaspora and appeal to the people with money, people who have the ability to pay these phenomenal fees or whatever, and have them send their kids and say, well, listen, this is what we're going to do for your kids. And when we send them back to you, they're going to be able to do this, this, and this, and this. I think, like I said, it's a marketing issue and it's a buying issue. If the Black American community does not want to buy into the idea of being different or being outside of the dominant community, come to the Black world, appeal to the people with money in the Black world, and have them buy in. Have them buy in. We'll pay our dollars to go to universities. My sister and brother went to a Black university, and my cousin went to Howard as well. So I mean, the people with who have a little bit of monies or whatever, they'll be willing to pay into that. But y'all guys need to have a selling point. Y'all gotta come. Y'all gotta come. I mean, they gotta come. But that's what I gotta say about that.
I'm going to give Achieve Mindset a chance to say something back. Let me just read some comments from the chat real quick. KW7 says there are no equivalent to HBCUs in Canada. We are totally assimilated here. He says my uncle went to Tuskegee in the 70s. Hold on. Yeah, he went to Tuskegee in the 70s and is an accomplished electrical engineer. He says HBCUs gave us the likes of Amos Wilson. On the flip side, HBCUs also produce Yvette Carnell. The learning curve says, as far as this Shoot the Breeze topic number 2, Greek organizations, so that's the Divine Nine. Greek organizations offer networking opportunities that have replaced the HBCU. This also controls how many people can be successful. So that explains that comment you made earlier about the Divine Nines taking over. Achieve Mindset, what say you?
Thank you. I agree what he's saying. It is really a marketing issue, and I want to bring this point up, right? You guys probably know this, but in Africa, there are American universities that are building, big complexes and charging like American university fees in Africa, which is extraordinary. Just for some of these middle class people to send their children to be educated by Wazungus, which is really what the real thing is. And my child's being educated by Wazungus, so it's worth me paying all this ridiculous money. And some of these universities are not even the best universities in their original country. In America, they're probably in the bottom of the league table. But you have to know how to market yourself. I agree with the brother 100%. And you also have to know, like, a lot of people in Africa are copying American culture, Black American culture. So it means that you now have an easier access to build a university, to sell these degrees, and have people take that money and also use it to help build universities. I think the problem is this, right? This is a critical issue with not wanting to invest in yourself, not wanting to invest in your own community. I'm not talking about people not investing in the community like me and you. I'm talking about the university not investing in itself. It's a problem that they look at it this way. And this is the problem with diversity. Oh, because we are Black, we need money from the government. The government gives us money. But we don't ever think that way. One day, that source of supply will stop, so we have to feed for ourselves. And, when we need something, we go begging. And like the brother said, when we need something now, we go begging. If they would have planned it 10, 20 years ahead, and, we're talking about smart people. These people are supposed to be part of the top 10th of our race. These people did not even plan 10 years ahead. And it shows how poor this chronic virus is within our race. We're not planning 10 years ahead. We have our own people. Think about this, right? Think about this. You could Google it. You could go to all these other right-wing social media platforms on the internet, and you could see them making fun of us. Like, I've been on some of them on other issues and make fun of us, especially with, whenever a Black person dies. This right now, let's give them more fuel, to say we can handle our own stuff.
Yeah.
And it's something that people need to, and that's why I say this, right? A university like Howard should know marketing, but also should know how to do activist marketing. If you want to raise money, and you don't want to look like you're begging, all you have to do is, it should be natural in your students and your alumni's head that, look, I need to keep, for example, DMing Dr. Dre until he gives Howard 10 million, right? I need to make it uncomfortable until he gives Howard 10 million, right? And he can do it without publishing it. Like, you know what I'm saying? You need to be able to, like, you need to be able, like, for example, right? I don't want to bring this diverted to another thing, but I walked down the street, I saw a shop that was selling, Caribbean food, and he rented a shop from somebody from another race. That person from the other race asked the person that he rented the shop to, which is an Asian person, why did you give this shop to this Jamaican man? He's able to say openly in front, in public, not in their language, in English. Why? Because they have a standard of code of conduct. You understand? So you need to have a racial code of conduct by teaching these people that, look, when we need funds, you need to start pushing these people for funds. I'm not saying that these rappers will do it, but you need to make people uncomfortable. And when people are uncomfortable, they do things to make sure they're uncomfortable. And that's the whole point. That's and yeah, that's really it.
Yeah, as far as the article talking and disputing what's truth and what's lies, that's just people, trying to clean up the situation. But the reality of it is Howard has dropped the ball. I think, as we will all agree on the panel and in the chat, Howard has dropped the ball in terms of maintaining itself as quote unquote Black Harvard, but more specifically, it dropped the ball in that it hasn't marketed itself properly in the new age. Booker T. Washington created Tuskegee Institute, and it was a fundamental idea. It was the idea that get our people in a position to understand, to make themselves more marketable, understand trades, for example. He had George Washington Carver there. I was reading something about George Washington Carver the other day. This dude, George Washington Carver, had offers from other schools and decided to go to Tuskegee because he liked what Booker T. Washington was pushing. And his lab, Carver's lab, was the top of a desk. He would go and rummage through the garbage and stuff like that wherever he can, and he will take little items from the garbage and create experiments so that the students could understand, research and development as it pertains to agriculture. You know what I mean? Where is that type of innovation again today? Achieve Mindset asks, is Tuskegee Institute still around today? Well, yeah, Tuskegee Institute became Tuskegee. What's it called, Mr. Untouchable? Tuskegee College, is it? Tuskegee University?
Sure. Tuskegee University, yeah. I want to touch on that just a brief point of what you just said with Carver. And it's interesting because Henry Ford, who was the industrialist and one of the wealthiest industrialists in America, saw the value of Carver so much so that he used him in various ways as far as that whole chain system and a lot of different things. And if Carver would have even suggested and say, well, listen, for all the things that I was able to do for you as far as inventions is concerned, I want you to give to Tuskegee, give back in money to Tuskegee. He had the wealthiest mind almost in America at his beck and call. So, I mean, if you are able to produce thinkers like that, to do the things like that, this is what the kind of people you should go after. Go after the kind of people, but I mean, and then when you thinking be one first, that's where that money should go. But it to me it's just a waste of talent, man. But whatever, man.
Can I ask you guys something actually? Do you think a lot of these people in these HBCUs they got a little bit too comfortable compared to when Carver was around?
They get lazy, and with this talented bullshit, they get lazy. They get lazy. When some people getting wealthy, they get fat, their stomachs full, and they
Yep.
that hustle and drive.
Yep. Fat cats. Fat cats. Yep. That fat
Yeah,
cat
yeah,
problem. Yep.
yeah, man, yeah. But anyways, but I'll let it y'all guys go. Let's
KW Don Kari, go ahead.
Yeah, if you think about a lot of times, the baby boomers, a lot of them are coming out of that generation of civil rights, segregation, so that they still had that fight mentality, into the 70s, 80s. But now their kids and their grandkids come around, they didn't have to go through that struggle anymore, so they got very comfortable, living in the suburbs. That's why I said the first generation will always have the wealth. They'll build the wealth and they give it to the second generation that, sacrifice for them. That second generation will be like, they're like the middle of the road. Like, okay, we gave birth, you're wealthy, you have all this money. By the third generation, the money's gone. Like, I was having a conversation when I was in Jamaica with my sister's baby father, and he was saying, there's an old saying in Jamaica where I built this foundation with a spoon, but my kids come and spend it with a shovel. But I digress.
Yeah. In the chat, KW Don 7 says Dr. Dre gave $50 million to USC. Shaking my damn head. The learning curve, that's the revolutionary matron who you guys heard on here earlier. She said, we need to do it for ourselves. We need to pay our thinkers. For as long as we don't value us, we will continue to be underfunded. She goes on to say, HBCU leaders don't care about the rest of Black society. They are full, fed, and totally defeated. And that right there, I agree with. I think that's a good way to wrap up that segment, actually. So I'm going to post. If you guys on the panel have any last words about it, feel free to share it now as I post.
Yeah, I just
the third should be Breeze talk.
Very quickly.
Yeah.
I agree, matron. I believe we should do it ourselves. I'm not into the white savior complex, but I'm saying that if my Black brothers who are billionaires and won't give me my money, I need to go where I need to get that money.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But needless to say, I'll move on.
So the third topic is up. I'm going to reshare the link. So if someone wants to join the panel, you can. Don't be shy. You don't need any added software or anything. You could join from your phone. Just click the link into the studio, and you could join the panel as well. The third Shoot the Breeze topic is why has much of the diaspora turned away from growing their own food? This is a story of a young girl embracing the business. So I'll share the screen here. Hopefully we don't have a problem again. I'll share this screen with you guys. This is the story here. A 6-year-old makes history as Georgia's youngest farmer. At 6 years old, Kendall Ray Johnson has already made history as the youngest certified farmer in the state of Georgia. In order to become a certified farmer, Kendall received her business entity at the state and federal level under the name Agriculture. Okay, I get it. Agriculture. That's cool. She also joined a number of farming organizations, including Georgia Grown, a division of Georgia's Department of Agriculture, and the Georgia Farm Bureau. As an official farmer, she can apply to grants, scholarships, and purchase land under her business. Wow, that's deep. Kendall first caught her green thumb from her great-grandmother, Laura Kate Williams. From there, she continued to show interest, moving on to grow everything from carrots to okra, squash, zucchini, and strawberries. She started out in a patio garden, and the patio garden grew from a little bitty something to, by the time her fourth birthday came, we had a full-fledged garden in our backyard, Kendall's mother, Ursula Johnson, said. And then we moved, and now she has a farm. Kendall has dedicated herself to spreading awareness about farming to her peers. She started out with a monthly gardening club where families help her harvest, plant, and produce subscription food boxes. Her mission is to teach other kids about where their food actually comes from. Kendall was discovered by Georgia State Rep. Mandisha Thomas online and has made speaking appearances at press conferences in support of young farmers in South Fulton. For them, she helped raise $85,000. She is currently also hoping to raise $10,000 for an outdoor agricultural science lab to begin composting. Ursula said her daughter is the embodiment of young entrepreneurship and the future of Black farmers. She's not only the youngest farmer in the state of Georgia, but also the youngest Black farmer. So this is some of her produce here. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. It reminds me, I grew up, Mr. Untouchable might know this area out in the Millers Road area on a farm. Farming, I should say. According to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Black farmers made up less than 2% of all the field. Agriculture is also by far one of Georgia's largest industries. Kendall's passion will surely motivate and bring more attention to the field in her community as she regularly attends Georgia agriculture summits. When you go to these meetings and you go to these conferences and things of that nature, 9 times out of 10, you won't see anyone as young as Kendall there, Ursula said. It was so important and so inspiring that they invited her to just come, sit in, listen, even if she doesn't understand what is going on, she added. That's true, by the way. Ultimately, Kendall said that her main goal is to make new friends, make new things, and inspire other kids. Right? This is a glimpse of Kendall's farm. She started out with a patio garden that grew in size over the years. So this is pretty dope. There's a lesson inside of that story, too. That's the end of the story. There's a big lesson in that story, too. These kids watch what you do, man. And you have to be a living example, right? If you give these kids the right intro to this world, right there alone, you can change the dynamics of the world for Black equals African people. Achieve Mindset in the chat room says that subscription boxes are now a billion-dollar industry, right? What say you guys to this story? I'll start with Kevin Carey.
Sorry, my mic was on mute. I say the younger the better. We need more of that. I always say the next generation is the most important generation.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we gotta nourish them when they're young, because a Black child is the Black genius. But I digress.
Is Achieve Mindset still on the panel with us? If Achieve is still here, what says you, Achieve?
Yeah, I'm still here. So I'm listening here as well. Yeah, I think this is very good for inspiration and also for children to take lead as well. I think there needs to be more of these kind of children being led, pushed into this direction, understand the importance of food and growing your own food. But this goes back into kind of like African-centered education. You have to have a system of teaching people why food is important, and actually being able to do a lot more than just simply just grow food. And I hope that her parents are able to help her, and people around her understand how to support her growth. Not just make it into a celebrity, but actually help her grow phenomenally, so that she can actually inspire other people, other children, and by the time she's a teenager, she's able to have her own working function business. And I think that's something that I would like to see, and I pray that it does. The ancestors make sure it does happen.
This is where Howard supposed to come in, by the way.
I wanted to say like an institution, but I didn't want to bring up the first topic. But yeah, this is where Howard should, like, they keep doing this, right? That's a good point. I don't know, you guys know, because you guys have been around more than me, that you always see a Black child, right? For example, this goes back to what the film you were showing, where the Black boy end up, creating this renewable energy for in Africa, right? And he gets picked up by a white university, This is where Howard want to make their buck. Howard want to, get people donating, right? Guess what? You pick her up, have a STEM-based course, have her in a course, for a child, for her, treat her with respect, make sure nobody's disrespecting in the class, and treat her with reverence of respect that so that she can go home. And this day, right? Just kind of stop often, but in this age, right, there's social media. She goes on TikTok and does one video about her being in the class, how she likes to experiment. Not too much of it. People look at it and donate to Harvard. Not Harvard, Howard. Sorry, Howard. People donate to HBCUs. People plug in and say, "Hey, I want my daughter to do that. Do you have any weekend classes for my daughter? Do you have any, summer break class for my daughter?" And they will start bringing money in. You've got to design things that your people need. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I feel like that's why they are broke, because they're not. This news right here, right, should not be picked up by this company, by these people. It should be like Howard is the one that discovered it. Howard is the one that helped to get those certifications in farming. I never knew you had a farmer certification, but get all of those stuff, and that's what it should be. They should be shooting her and saying that, you know what, at 6 years old, she's not even on the news. She comes on the news when she's about 15 years old. So she's groomed and perfect so that nobody can even knock her down. You understand? And that's what they should be doing. But as people say, they get lazy, they get fat, they get money from the government, and they think that, tomorrow is okay. And that's why, like right now, if God forbid she meets some of these Wazungu and, has to marry one of them, that's out of our, that means we've lost someone now. So
Right.
it's modern institution is needed. This is what Howard needs to do, and I feel like we need to push for the dean of Howard to have a Q&A on YouTube, and people to ask her this question: why is she not picked up by university? Why is she not in? Why don't you have an agriculture, science lab for this girl? Why is it you don't have it for our children? And that's what it should be, because I know for sure. We all can Google Cambridge University would find a clever guy in a refugee and say, "Hey, he's coming to Cambridge," and that's what they need to do. But it is what it is. But
the same way these schools can go pick up a kid who could dribble real well and shoot a ball real well at 12 and all this kind of stuff, it's the same way we have to start to maneuvering as well. We have to start picking up our talented. When we see our children are talented, we're supposed to have institutions that want to groom that. Almost every college, university I know has an associated high school with it in America. Has a high school or two that's associated with the college. And so they're supposed to have an eye on her when she gets of age in a couple of years to go to high school, full ride to their high school, to their associated high school. After that, if and when she does well, full ride or whatever into their agricultural department or whatever. Mr. Untouchable, what says you?
I have a question now. Because the majority of us are 2 and 3 generations away from the field. Our grandparents or great grandparents, we grew up in the field. The global audience would understand what I mean. We grew up on the land, farming the land, rearing the land, and the economy of the Caribbean and even in America was based off of agriculture. And what it seemed like is when you mentioned the percentage of Black farmers as far as America goes is a very low percentage. It seems as if that the Blacks, when they got their independence, they never decide. They say we ain't never going back to the field again. We ain't never going back to the hot sun and the field farming again. But what I would have to say about that is, in doing that, this is how the economy of America and the Caribbean was able to flourish. They was able to feed themselves. There was things they was learning in the field to feed themselves. And the
Mhm.
fact that we move away from that and depending on other people to feed ourselves is a tragedy. And let me include this. One of the ways to get wealthy in this world, as far as agriculture is concerned, that's one of the like booming economies in the world. Agriculture,
Yeah,
feeding
boy.
people, you could become
Yeah.
a very wealthy individual. And
Yep.
most people, when they think of agriculture, they think about the rake, they think about the shovel, and they think about the dirt. Nah,
Yeah.
not necessarily in 2020. It's more
Mhm.
scientific. It's more scientific, and we need to really nurture these industries because if we dependent on our so-called enemies to feed us, then we're really in a pathetic position. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
We're in a
Hey,
very,
Coach.
let me say, vulnerable. We're in a very vulnerable position. So we
Mhm.
really have to get back and invest into the industry of farming. It's not putting on the big boots and the shovel and the rake anymore. It's
Yeah,
more
the galosh.
driven. So I
Yeah.
don't want people to think along them lines. And let me just finally say this. I think that what Koku was saying is right. If the parents them convince the children that the only thing they could do to get wealthy is put on a necktie and sitting on under some fluorescent light in some off connected to some office is the way to sustain your livelihood. That's nonsense. And you need
Mhm.
to break away from that. You know what I mean? That's
Mhm.
that's not the only way you could become wealthy and successful and do things that are progressive in this life. But I digress, like my brother Kevin is saying.
Wait,
Mhm.
and I want to say, don't forget that Bill Gates just bought up a lot of farmland.
Mhm. He did in the Midwest, right?
Huh? I didn't hear that.
Yeah. Out in the Midwest, correct?
Yes, a large amount of farmland.
Yep.
That's for
Yeah.
different
Also, don't
reasons.
forget Monsanto. Like a lot of the seeds, the stuff you buy from the supermarket, they own the copyrights to those seeds, which is
Here's the thing about that, though. This is why, and I think Achieve Mindset may have said this earlier too. And I know Achieve is here; he can speak for himself. I'll allow him to in a second. This is why Black folks got to get heavier into STEM. I read a paper on this show maybe 2 years ago now, year and a half, 2 years ago. It was talking about this basic concept of photosynthesis, and I've brought it up a couple times, so bear with me. But if you understand the concept of photosynthesis, right, as some scientists have, of course, they were able to make rice, right? They were able to increase the biomass of the rice yield. So by understanding photosynthesis, by understanding how CO2, carbon dioxide, is so important, they basically fed these rice plants more carbon dioxide than what they would usually get. And the outcome was they got more rice per plant, right? So if we start to invest in our STEM studies and apply it to the problems that we have, that knowledge to the problems that we have, we can do something with that. Achieve, you're here. What say you?
I agree what you're saying, and also, the STEM thing is really like I'm not gonna say like I was STEMing all my life, right? I kind of didn't push for STEM as I should have, and now I'm trying to go in, the tech route and then soon
Mm-hmm.
into engineering. But the thing goes to the point of what the brother was saying that Bill Gates has bought farmland. That is not really for farming. He's trying to do. He's trying to build a robotic farm, and it may not be well told now, but he's trying to use AI and robotics to do it because with AI you need data, so you kind of need to buy the stuff and kind of grant it to get the data in order
Mm-hmm.
to analyze it and make it perfect. If he's managed to able to do that, right, he can then go to the government and say, hey, we can now make all our foods with robots. People can do other things. And by the way, if you can do robots to do a lot of things, guess what you can do? You can sell it to Africa, tell them, hey, we can now make enough food for the world. Guess what? Now your region needs to depopulate because you don't need that much people. it goes back into the main kind of issues that they're trying to solve, which is overpopulation for
Right.
this earth and climate change. But when you look at this whole agriculture issue, is that we we're too much focused not into the STEM because as I think KW71 who wrote in the chat saying that we don't want to get our hands dirty. That's one first thing. Second thing is that we look at people's adversity and we say we don't want to do that. Black farmers have struggled all over the world, and we say, okay, I don't want to do farming, but we don't study the process of why that person is struggling. What are the problems that's causing this? What's really causing these issues? And we don't get to the bottom and solve it. These not isolated incidents, but these incidents keeps happening, and there is no way to say to people that look, we create STEM, but we need governance. We need governance to make sure that it's always continuing, and we have a system in place for things that we're doing. Somewhere like Howard can do it. You have a governance that can help the black farmers. You have a governance that can help the new STEM guys coming, the new STEM girls and boys coming in to help the black farmers build corporations that serves the race. But it's not being done. And this girl right here who's doing great, she can't do it on her own. Too
No.
many people keep thinking of Superman and they keep thinking of Garvey. And the problem is that I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna say this, but I don't think everyone can be Garvey, but I also don't think everyone should be Garvey. We should not be expecting the next generation to go all out like Garvey did. I'm not saying it shouldn't be Pan African. I'm saying that the way Garvey did things was abnormal. People need to realize that. So you're not always going to have abnormal things happening because it's called abnormal. It only happens once in a while. We can't wait for the next Garvey because we might be wiped out. So we need the institutions there to make sure that we can actually do things properly.
That's a
And
great point.
this girl needs the institution. And if we're not investing in it, but not just investing, but if the right people are not putting their money where it is, it's never going to be there. And that's why I say, for example, like I kept mentioning the rappers, because if you look within our race, the sad thing is that the richest people are these celebrities, and they have to be put in a position where you say, look, I don't want 15 million from you. I just want a million from you, right? Because I just need a little bit so that you can run around and say you give me money. Doesn't matter. We've got a little bit. We can work with that, pushing forward. Nobody, and this is the thing now. This is why I asked the question that what happened to the Tuskegee University? Because I've heard about it, but I don't know if they've ever produced anybody after George Washington Carver. So it's kind of like, where's the lineage? Where's the line? Why is it not, scaled up? You can look at Howard and talk about how many people came from Howard, but in this recent age, I don't know how many people came from Howard that serves the race. People, whether the brother in the chat said that Yvette Cornell, she doesn't serve the race. You see what I'm saying? So there's something wrong in that university that caused a change, and also within this university, they don't even read about, Amos Wilson or Dr. Henry Clark. That's a big red flag. Why is this not being read? Because it makes send other group of race uncomfortable, and this all ties in back to all the stuff you've been saying from your podcast and every single one of your readers. You have to have a structure for someone to succeed. If there is no structure, that person can't succeed, and you can't keep blaming the person. People have individual faults, people have made mistakes, but you know they have to be protected and put in right guidance with agriculture. And I wanted to say this because this is this is something that is alarming because it ties to Africa. Is that I've read these stuff and it's like even I'm looking at the data and I'm kind of confused of how these things work, and you can't always take what Wazungu right on a website face value. But Dutch in Netherlands, there are companies that are going to Africa recording lands, recording who owns lands, which lands is being used for agriculture, which lands is growing which crop, this and this and that. And it's like, for me personally, when I read that, I was like, that's a red flag. That's a national security risk. Like, why are you going to another country recording what they do? And it's like nobody in the country is thinking, okay, yeah, no, we shouldn't be allowing that, but they're doing that. And then, they're exchanging, they're giving them new equipment, but the collateral is their land. You see where it's going? So it's like, if if you're not protecting land, I think somebody always said this, that land does not grow. You can't grow lands. If you're not protecting it, you can't do agriculture. If you're not keeping it for the next generation, they can't grow the food that they want. So you see what I'm saying? So these children needs to be not just protected, but you have to protect the resources that they need to succeed. And she's doing well in farming, but I hope that in the future, the answers to guide her away from the problems that Black farmers have, and have a bit more of a business mindset. And I think that'll be much better.
I want to push back on one of the comments my brother Chief Mindset made. Just one of the comments. He said that as far as Garvey is concerned, not every Black person will buy into the ideology and ideas of Garvey, which is true. That's a true statement. However, in the West, if the West has bought into the ideas of George Washington, if the West say that the ideas of Winston Churchill is legitimate, and if in China they say, well, Mao Zedong is the way, or Ho Chi Minh is the way, or Lee Kuan Yew is the way, then we as Black people, as far as nationhood is concerned, I say that Garveyhood is the way. You know what I mean? The Garveyism is the way.
Wait a second. Did I say that?
That's where my mindset is. You know what I mean? I'm gonna go. I see myself, as far as the rest of the world is concerned, is to be a competitor. And these people, they are very sectarian in their views.
I agree with you.
I'm all the way with that, and I mean that when I say Garveyism is the way. For me personally, as far as the nation is concerned, because unless other people buy into this whole idea of collectivism and globalism and integrationism, I'm not gonna buy into that. So for me, Garveyism is the way. That's my perspective. But I just wanted to push back on that idea.
No, I'm not disagreeing with that Garvey's not the way. If I said that Garvey's not the way, I retract that. I'm not.
No, you didn't say that.
I'm not saying that. What I'm trying to say is that, right? Let me explain what I'm trying. I'm trying to say that, look, whenever you see Pan-Africans, right, talking about Garveyism, right, what I'm saying is that they want everybody to be Garvey. I'm not saying the idea. They want everybody to be like Garvey, like build a UNIA, build the buildings, get the people marching, get the people building, university and stuff. But we have to be realistic that some people are builders and some people are admins, some people are farmers, some people need structure for them to bring out their best talents. You understand? There may be scientists who have a good business mind to build a business, but there may be scientists that just love working in a company. So what I'm saying is that they need to have a Pan-African mindset, but you need to give the structure. This child might need a structure. That's what I'm trying to say. But you see, too many people want people to be like Garvey and build all the UNA stuff, but not everybody can be like the builder of Garvey. Some people can build the UNA buildings, the organization, organize it, run it as a president, be seen in high respect, but some people can't. For example, let me put it this way. What's the guy's name? Oh God, I forgot the mixed race guy's name. The one who sold out Garvey. Let's give him an example. I forgot his name. Oh God. Somebody might write in the chat, but not everybody. Du Bois, yeah. I don't think Du Bois in his lifetime could ever build a UNIM. That's my personal opinion. But he may be a good writer. If he would have known,
I see what you're saying.
If he would have known his place and said, look, all right, you know what? I'm not better than Garvey, right? But I can write better than Garvey. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna work under Garvey and make sure his opinion, right, gets to all over the world.
Yes, I agree. I understand it. As a cog, it's almost like a cog in the wheel.
Exactly, a cog in the wheel.
I understand. Yes.
Everybody has a place to make. And another example is Stalin and the other guy that he killed. I forgot the guy's name. Trotsky. Trotsky is a good intellectual mind. Stalin is the muscle, right? You know, you have someone that's the leader, and you have someone that's the assistant of the leader that can say to the leader, okay, look, for this part, we can't really do it that way. Then give an advice. This girl, what I'm saying is that using this girl as a template, she might be able to build a business that's better than Bill Gates, but she might just be a person that just goes and works for Bill Gates.
Yes.
People may get angry with her, but if she doesn't have the structure that's given to her, which, back to my point, Howard should give her the structure, we're not gonna succeed. This is the main point. Everybody needs to have the caveat mentality, but we need to recognize when someone needs a structure and when someone can go off on their own. That's the main point I'm trying to make. Not that nobody should aspire to be governor. The black ideology forever is caveat and building our own black civilization. But there needs to be structure, and that's what I'm trying to highlight with this.
Yeah, I understand. Right. I understand. Yes. Okay.
Hey, I want to add. Look at the old Soviet Union crest. You got the soldier in the middle. He has his job, and you got the woman on the side. I think the farm worker, and on the left is a man, the factory worker, and they're all united. It makes one perfect triangle. Each person knew their jobs.
So the point I was making before, Chief Mindset and Mr. Untouchable were talking. When I was talking about investing in STEM, I was actually responding to what Kevin Carre and KW Don 7 said in the chat, which is that black farmers have been systematically sabotaged with lack of access to capital and fake seeds. If you have your people and just goes to the Monsanto thing about copyrights and all this type of stuff, right? Which in some cases they found out to be illegal to do, by the way. But again, if you have your people going to the continent, going to the Caribbean, and taking these seeds that are not trademarked or whatever, right, and doing the work to keep them as like heirloom seeds or whatever, doing the work to the research into these seeds and the preservation of these seeds in their natural state, natural form, then we ain't got to worry about being sabotaged by these other folks, by Wazungu. We supposed to be having our own seed banks. Like it's said that Bill Gates has a seed bank somewhere like in the South Pole or something like that, right? Like we supposed to be having our own seed banks. Like we're not doing fundamental work to maintain ourselves, right? We're not even, holding seeds and preparing seeds and portioning out seeds to our people across the world so that we can eat, so we could plant, right? So we could work the fields. So that's what I was really trying to get at. If we get more STEM-minded, particularly in areas like agriculture, because again, who feeds you controls you. So you need to be able to feed yourself. We get serious about those areas, we could do some things. The learning curve said black farmers were also accused of crimes because large agro businesses purchased land near them. The seeds blew into their fields and grew. So that's the Monsanto thing. The Monsanto thing was that because of how seeds disperse, wind dispersal and stuff like that, that certain farms ended up having their crops, and that was an infringement on their patents and all this old foolishness, which, if memory serves me correct, and I think I said this on the show before too, around the time when this was going on, Monsanto actually flew me to Arizona to interview with them, right? But I think they lost that petition. If I'm not mistaken, they lost that petition. Because the idea that you could copyright or patent a seed is pretty ridiculous, to be honest. The learning curve also says other people groups are listening our shows and developing our ideas, but Black equals African people won't even listen, support, or develop these ideas. Achieve Mindset says, yes, we need our own seed banks. I mean, we need so much stuff, and we don't have enough people rallying to say, let's get this good. It's crazy. Like, how much longer are we going to allow ourselves to lose distance in the race of races, right? Before we do something. Does anyone else here have a last thought on this prompt? Okay, so I'll post Shoot the Breeze prompt number 4 tonight. So there's an update.
I gotta see this one. This will be a good one.
There's an update, apparently. There's a new article on the bailiff from Judge Judy. I'll let you guys post your comments on any of the previous posts in the chat room. What I'll do right now, though, because we've been talking for about 2 hours straight, what I'll do, let's pause here for a station ID break, and we'll be back on the other side to discuss Judge Judy's former bailiff.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-black perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed. We're back. Make sure you guys are tuned into all of those shows on KWAZ Radio. Last night, the matron and Kevin Carre and D Webb from the Harsh Reality Podcast had a nice conversation going there. You guys should check that out. I saw Mr. Untouchable in the chat room, as well as Onitase from the Pro Black Perspective, and a few others who are usually around here as well. I saw you guys there. It was pretty neat. Pretty good conversation. So we're at this prompt here. Judge Judy bailiff Petrie Hawkins Bird. Now that's a black name right there for your eyes, huh? Petrie Hawkins Bird said he wasn't asked to present the judge with her Lifetime Achievement Award. When you talk about slight, that gives you an idea. This Negro here, boy. So let's get down to the story. Judge Judy Shandlin's longtime bailiff, Petrie Hawkins Bird, told Insider in a recent interview that show staffers were surprised he wasn't asked to present the judge with the Lifetime Achievement Award at the Daytime Emmys in 2019. Bird didn't even sit with Shandlin during the ceremony, he said. Instead, while Shandlin and her executive producer, Randy Doofit, sat about 5 or 6 rows back from the stage, he was seated 15 or 20 rows back with the producers. Amy Poehler ultimately presented the award. So that gives you an idea of when you talk about slight, that gives you an idea, he told Insider. According to Shandlin, it was Poehler who had called the Television Academy and asked if she could present the judge with the award. Quote, she is a huge fan, Shandlin told Insider in a statement. But according to Bird, he ran into Poehler a few months later, and she was equally confused by his exclusion at the ceremony. While handing out the award, Poehler commented, I wish Bird, your bailiff, could hand you this award the way he hands you photos in court, not making eye contact with the queen he was sworn to protect. The revelation of this apparent snub follows last month's news that Bird wasn't asked to join the judge at her new venture, Judy Justice, which launched on Monday on IMDb TV. In an interview with Entertainment Weekly, Bird said he didn't know Shandlin was producing a new show until she announced it during an appearance last year on the Ellen DeGeneres show. I've never slighted her. I've always thought of her as a friend. And she's said it before that we are friends, Bird told Insider. I'm like, then I guess I'd have to ask you to define your definition of friend. It might be a little different from mine. Bird spoke with Insider as part of a broader investigation into Judge Judy. Interviews with 16 former employees and a review of thousands of pages of court records reveal multiple claims of sexual harassment going back to the early 2000s, as well as allegations of drinking during work hours. Right? So that's the update. This Negro is still out here perplexed as to where he stands with Judge Judy. Can you believe it? Mr. Untouchable, how do you feel about this update that we received?
This nigga, and I gotta start it like this. This nigga, obviously, he don't get it. This is the problem. Yeah. This is the problem of these integrationist Negroes. They seem to not get it. You're unwanted Negro. Go find a job for yourself.
Oh boy.
So, hey, I mean, with the time he spent complaining about not being accepted by Judge Judy, he could be a judge himself.
Well, I do declare. I thought we was friends.
He shamed his mind. He trying to be friends, man. I don't know, man. Boy. I don't know what you can do with brothers like this.
Oh boy, this guy's an embarrassment. Kevin Carray, what say you?
I'm on my second blunt and my third glass of wine, man. I'm tired of people like these people. This is why I'm drinking and smoking, because of these dumb folks. But I digress.
Yeah, I feel you on that.
Kevin, I on my third one. So
I'm smoking some good stuff too, man. I'm trying to escape this reality.
This like KW, I just about to say what KW Don 7 just said. This Negro don't understand. You're an employee, Jack. Carry your ass to work and do what you got to do and clock off that bitch and go home and build something. You out here vexed about this white woman and her white ways? Get your black ass on somewhere and go. The time he spends talking about this, he could have talked to some producers to probably get his own show somewhere if he's not interested.
Long time. Hey, I know this brother trying to do. I really
guys, remember the Jerry Springer show, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
The bodyguard Steve Wilkos.
Yes. Yeah.
Remember, he started his own show. Like, okay, I'm gonna use my fame and start my own show.
Yeah.
I know what this brother trying to do, man. He's embarrassing. He's embarrassing. That's what I like it to. He embarrassing.
This fella is, if you look up the word embarrassing, it's him in this same stupid pose he have here, holding his chin. It makes no sense.
He look nice and stupid.
That's a good old time way of saying it. But you look nice and stupid, boy.
He's nice and stupid. Yeah. I don't know, man. He's embarrassment. He's embarrassment.
Yeah, man. I mean, come on, man. Azuliism says, "Here's your award, Master Boss. You sure is deserving." Yeah, that's exactly. And let me put that comment up by Azuliism. By the way, shout out to Azuliism. I want people to see this Negro's face holding his chin here, talking about, "Here goes your award, there, Master Boss."
Yeah,
you sure is deserving.
Oh gosh, man. Oh gosh.
Yeah, that's a bad look.
Oh gosh, man.
And they keep asking this Negro his feelings because they know it's a bad look.
Oh gosh, man. Feed this Negro for 25 years. And he said, well, she had invited me to give her award.
Did he not say any of that money he was making all them years?
Oh gosh, man. Oh gosh.
I mean, for fuck's sake, like, what are we doing out here?
You got, hey, Koku, you gotta see some people, my good brothers and sisters like y'all trying to save everybody. I ain't trying to save all black people, I didn't let that go. I didn't let that go, man. I didn't let that go. I had to let it go. I ain't trying to save everybody.
Some black folks ain't had no shame, man. Like,
no, man. They irredeemable.
Yeah, man.
You see,
You know,
this the reason you can understand why, right? Why he's doing this because he's confused, and you can understand why he was on that
he's
show.
confused. Yeah.
And I think that he's got she's got just Judy on the mind, in a very different way. And I think possibly, her husband saw that and was like, look, this new show, he can't come along, you know,
That's an
because
excellent point,
I think that because
Say it again.
he's acting like he's a jilted ex and you're trying to get her back and stuff. Like, so it's like it's crazy. So I think he stayed there because he kind of worshipped her, and he wants he wished that he was married to her, in that kind of way. And now he feels very confused that he's not with her, in the
That's
new show.
That's an interesting point,
And I
brother.
think that when he came all out and he was never even told that by her personally, like, look, she thought he should be taken to a room, talk to her, give
Yes.
some hugs and kisses. He said,
Yes.
it's not gonna work anymore,
Little
bring
pillow talk.
little pillow talk, but
Yes.
it didn't
He
work
might
out.
be a jilted lover. That's an interesting point. Interesting point.
That's why he's behaving that way. But
Yes.
you see, if he wasn't so stupid, man, he could have had his own show. He could have said,
Mhm.
hey, Judy, look, man, what you did, it was not good, man. You got, patting me with a different show, doing something, even just for 2 seasons, man, and he just knows that, look, I know this format of the how things is done. Let me get some other people with me and let's do something, Like you even got that idiot guy doing bounty hunting. That
Mhm.
guy looks like something come out of the toilet with, and he's doing bounty hunting. The bar for TV is so low, you can do anything. But this guy is out here with his Motown, his Motown suit, trying to, do a pose like
You do have a Motown suit,
coming out with a new album. It's like he's coming back like from the 70s. I'm like, yo, it's just my one album, man, that I'm gonna release while,
like shoot, dude.
nobody gonna take the money away from me this time, man. I read the contracts and I got it's all for me, guys. Buy the albums. Like, look,
Yeah.
he's so he is like the example of like he just doesn't see the wood from the trees, man. He doesn't know what he's doing, and I don't know what his wife is thinking.
He's
Because
a modern day Stephen from Django. Modern day.
Yeah, he's trying to hug that white woman around the neck,
Yeah.
and I think Achieve Mindset hit a good nail on the head. That he said that her husband was probably like, "This Negro can't be coming along with this new shit that we doing."
Yeah. We trying to
he
get
probably
money.
waited so long and we're like, you know what, cool, man. Like, but you can't bring him along because look, it looks disgusting. You can't feeding trying to do this because you can think about it. Imagine like he's telling her jokes, he's trying to like do all this puppy love to her, and she's going home and like, oh, Bailiff was nice today. Bailiff was good today. Bailiff was, and he's thinking, well, is Bailiff doing something else today?
Yeah, he probably was laying the pipe for years, but he forget he's the help. You know what I mean? He forget that. He forget.
He mightn't even been laying the pipe, but
You don't
this
think so?
husband had to be on some like, listen, white woman, I went down by the golf course and these fellas is clowning me, asking me if that big black bailiff is fucking you.
Hey, Koku, I brought this up shows ago that show the movie One Night in Miami.
Yeah.
When Jim Brown came back, he's like, "Oh, look at me and this and that." He's like, "Can I help you with the stuff in the house?" He goes, "Good for you, sir, but we don't let niggas in the house."
Yeah. Big star Jim Brown. They were like, yo, that's cool and all, but we don't let no niggas in the house. And he just casually walked off. So this white boy who she's married to, even if he wasn't laying pipe all these years, right? But this white boy is dealing with other white boys saying to him, yo, is that black pepper fucking your wife there? You know what I'm saying? The Moulion? Is he fucking your wife? So he probably was like, yeah. So he probably was like, Now we going on to something new. You leave
Yeah.
that Negro back where he was. Leave him
Yes,
back on
sir.
a plantation somewhere.
Get that nigga out of here. Get him out of here. Get him out
Get
of
him up out of here.
here. Yeah.
Chief.
And sorry, he is probably one of those dudes that probably, like I said, probably if he did, probably thinking, hey, you know what, she likes my thing better than it. Like, it's like going with a stupid stereotype of, saying, hey, I got what she needs. No, what you need to do is get in, get out, get your own show and get out. That's it. But
That's it.
he's so stupid that he had a chance to make millions and he didn't even take it. Can you believe it? He had a chance. It's like oh my God, I can't believe these people. Oh God, man.
But
It's
you know though, achieve mindset. I glad that he is out here because you have to distinguish the chief from the wheat. And they have people like these people out here who they can't think among themselves. So they never had an original idea in their life. So you need to have the spotlight put onto them and say, well, you get these types of Negroes out here, and then you get them Negroes over there who think like Garvey. And
Right.
trying
but
to
you see
get
the
the whole
problem-
thing done,
Yeah, you see that issue with not the issue. I agree with what you're saying, but you see the thing is that, right? You've got to look at this. How is it that she was able to find someone who was so useless that all he did is just stand there in the show? Like, you got really, he had no ideas, didn't think of it like, look, this could be something that I have. And it's like, man, for 25 years or 20 years, I don't even know, I don't know if it's 25 or whatever, but you stood there, didn't even think to actually think, look, let me do something. Let me try to hustle here. Let me try to, if I go to run producer and they're all, Wazungus and they're not, kind of liking my idea, go above them or try to say, hey, I want more of my people doing the producing and then shoot them their idea. And then, but he doesn't think that. And
You
you have
get
to
many
credit,
people like that, brother. People who never had an original idea in their life. They too comfortable. They never take risk ever. He get a comfort of taking a paycheck and he just find his little space, his little groove. But he didn't understand that eventually that would end. You know what I mean? And this is a prime example of you have to think for yourself from time to time.
but you know what? You have to give credit to Judge Judy or whoever is in their team for finding someone that is so stupid. Because it's this kind of thing that you have to realize that they have him there, but he's not a threat. He's tamed.
Yeah, boy.
And that's it. I don't want to use the word animal because it's wrong, but that's exactly how they treated him. Like an animal. They trained him, tamed. Now he's not needed. They gave him to the pound. Say, hey, deal with him. And that's what it is. And he's man.
He's a waste. He's a waste. He's a waste of time.
Yes. That's
Waste
it.
of time.
That's waste. Absolute waste, man.
Achieve mindset. Even an animal.
Oh
Let's
man,
say you have an animal in your house, and you feed him from time to time, but you mistreat him. If you mistreat him long enough, he gonna go out and just he'll be a street cat, an alley cat. That's what they call him. He'll forage for his own food. He'll have to learn to fend for himself.
Yeah.
These people, they've been living off of the tit for so long. If they don't get that reliable tit anymore, they rather kill themselves.
Yes, and that's the problem that he has now, and the failure of him, like I don't know who's in his family, but he could have had his children doing great things, like doing better things, but now because of his failure to actually adapt, he has not been able to provide, and that's one thing that I feel very sorry for him, but I also look at him like. You can't you know what it reminds me of, right? He reminds me of Bill Cosby. When Bill Cosby went and talked about trash about Donald Trump, and then he tried to buy that news broadcasting station, right? MSNBC or whatever, and it didn't go well. Fast forward to this age, right? I think just 2 years after he said that, he could have, right, bought BET and made into like a Netflix, but he didn't. these kind of people get to positions, they make one little thing, if that's right, but they don't scale it up. They don't ask people, hey, how would you make it better if it was you that was running it, it was you that was doing it? You know what I'm saying? And sometimes you might have to pay someone £25, 25,000 to tell you, but it's better than not, but they're not knowing. And that's
The
one thing.
difference, but Chief, the difference between him and Bill is two things. First of all, Bill's sitting on $500 million. That's a big difference. This Negro, I surprised if he had $5.25 in his bank.
He buy a pack of cigarettes now he broke.
And only a broke man begging like this shit. And another thing too is Bill was trying to buy the plantation after a certain amount of years. He built enough capital to actually try to buy the plantation. This brother's still trying to well, we gonna work on another plantation. I mean, he's just I don't know, man. He's out to lunch, but that's the difference between him and Bill for me. You know?
This guy look like this guy look like he upset he can't beg a cigarette from Judge Judy during the breaks no more. He just have to buy your own pack now. In the chat, Erzuliism says the other white bailiff never asked why Judge Joe Brown didn't do for them. Right? He says, nah, stop. Bill Cosby and this man are not the same. Bill Cosby didn't go through all this for no reason. Yeah, I get that. I get that completely. Those white boys, they knew how to pivot and do what they got to do to maintain going forward. This big old burly black man here, he's just on some. I don't even know how to smoke a cigarette now without Judge Judy, I guess. Any last thoughts from you guys on this? Any last words on this prompt?
I good on this, brother Coco. I good.
All right. So I'm posting prompt number 5.
I would say that he needs to speak to the 6-year-old girl and actually get some life lessons. You know what I'm saying?
Learn something.
You know what it is? I don't know if you've seen on YouTube. You somehow have explain big scientific concept like quantum computing to a 5-year-old, right? He should go with his problems to a 5-year-old. She's a 6-year-old, and then record it and give him the advice. I guarantee you, he will change his life if he decides to act on it. Literally.
That would be funny as hell. So, little girl, Judge Judy wouldn't have him come along to her new show. Now, what do you think about that? And then to listen to this little girl just break it down to him. Well, first, what you got to do is you have to, if you want to eat, you have to plant your own plants, right? So it's the same thing here. Like, you can't be out here begging. You go and create your own goddamn garden. That shit would be hilarious. That would actually do numbers on YouTube. If he had a sit down interview with this 6-year-old gal, that would do numbers on YouTube.
Oh gosh.
But I digress. The new prompt is up. Shoot the Breeze number 5. Is it showing on the?
It's showing.
In the weird news section, wondering if the bodies of many of the missing could be used in this manner for financial gain. So this is in reference to this article here. This article says a man who died of COVID dissected at oddities exhibit without family's consent. Event charge $500 a ticket. The man, identified by family as 98-year-old David Sanders, was reportedly sold to the Oddities and Curiosities Expo after his body was donated for medical research. That's why I would never donate nothing, organs, nothing to these guys. The body of an elderly man who died from COVID-19 was reportedly dissected in front of a live pay-per-view audience in Portland, Oregon last month. The man, identified by family as 98-year-old David Sanders, was sold to the Oddities and Curiosities Expo after his body was donated for medical research, according to King 5. After his death, his family told the news station they had donated his body to MedEd Labs, a Las Vegas-based company that accepts whole body donations for medical research and training. Jeremy Siliberto, the founder of DeathScience.org, which partnered with the Oddities and Curiosities Expo, said he purchased these cadavers from MedEd Labs for north of $10,000. King 5 reports. The Oddities and Curiosities Expo travels across the country, showcasing taxidermy, preserved specimens, original artwork, horror/Halloween-inspired pieces, antiques, handcrafted oddities, quack medical devices, creepy clothing, odd jewelry, skulls, bones, funeral collectibles, its website states. In October, the expo stopped in Portland, where it held a live dissection of Sanders's body in front of a pay-per-view audience. According to King 5, attendees were charged $500 per person to watch the dissection. This is not a sideshow. This is very professional, Siliberto told King 5, adding that he had obtained proper consent prior to obtaining the body. Sanders's family said they were not aware his body would be used in this manner, and they did not give consent, according to the news station. Live dissections are not currently listed on the Oddities and Curiosities Expo website. Siliberto did not immediately respond to people's requests for comment. A spokesperson for MedEd Labs maintained that they were not aware that Sanders's body would be used for a pay-per-view event. According to King 5, the company did not immediately respond to people's requests for comment. Sanders's body was prepared by church funeral services in Louisiana. In a statement on Wednesday, a spokesperson for the funeral home told people they were extremely saddened for the pain that Mr. Sanders's wife is going through. We are glad that the story has been broken and hope that this type of event never happens again, the spokesman said. Achieve Mindset. We'll start with you this time around. What say you to this story?
Oh, it's a sad tragedy for the family, but everything is it's a capitalist world, so there's going to be business that's going to be unscrupulous and making money, and this kind of I just feel like is sickening. His body was donated to medical research for cancer research or trying to find something, and they're just basically doing 18th century all grown men or these middle-aged old men in a theater amongst them dissecting the body, trying to prove that you can have something in their body and kind of understand the mind or find the soul or something somewhere. There's these kind of botched science stuff, and there is nothing to gain from those kind of stuff, but there are people that love seeing people dissected. What I want to know is that how many black people did he dissect? Because knowing how many people don't really report black people's death, that people missing, how much money did they make from it? And this goes back to the kind of the black woman that was dissected in the 18th, 19th century until her body remains was sent back to Africa. I think it's in a museum, actually. No, it's not sent back to Africa. Yeah, but
Sarah Bartman, you talking about?
Yeah. And many different black women have done that too. So, it kind of shows that this kind of, I would say, fetish rather than science, this fetish stuff is always encouraged, and it's always encouraged for them to make money out of. And we have to, it goes back to building a system. You build a system, you build an infrastructure, you build a structure, so that when black people donate their bodies, their hearts, the kidneys, is going to your people. And I'm not being rude when I say that, because although black people may donate their bodies, black people are on the bottom of a lot of these waiting lists for exactly reasons we all know why. So, yeah, in the capitalist system, there's a market for everything, I say, and the learning curve said. So, this doesn't surprise me. What would be surprising if they did unspeakable things to their body, but I guess they probably do that in other shows.
Yes.
I'll leave that for nobody to think about. But yes, that's all I have to say.
The learning curve in the chat says in a capitalist system there is a market for everything. That's what Achieve was just saying, which is quite true. She goes on to say the missing, quote unquote, missing and discarded are targets of this type of behavior. So when we see all these missing teenagers, black teenagers and stuff, oh man, you could just imagine the little cottage industry they have going on with these dead black youth and stuff like that. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this story?
Yes, sir. I agree with my brother Achieve Mindset when he refers to, because this is an old story. You know, it might seem to be a new story, but it's an old story. You know, and he referred back to Sarah Bachman in Europe because of her the girth of her backside. The Europeans they fetishized her, and it really refers back to also a guy from Africa named Oda Benga, when they had when they was profiling this black African guy in the Brooklyn Zoo in New York in the early part of the in the 20th century, when they was profiling him and saying that he was ape. As far as the what happens to these body parts and the fetishism that goes along with them, I would just refer the audience to this book called The Delectable Negro.
Yes.
When they used to hang or what do you call it, burn black bodies and things like that, they used to cut off their body parts, in particular the genitalia. Okay, so a lot of what used to happen, and I don't want to offend the audience, but a lot of what used to happen is cannibalism. Some people believe that they could extract power by eating certain body parts of human beings. So that's an undiscussed thing with European Eurocentric pathology that they don't really like to discuss, but that's another matter. But that's what I see when I see this story.
Erzuliism in the chat says James Marion Sims, the so-called father of gynecology, was operating on black women with no anesthesia. He was operating on babies, so imagine dead bodies. The Learning Curve says, who are the donors for these quote-unquote womb transplants for trans people? I'm just saying, women and girls go missing and are never found all the time. Absolutely. I mean, that's the horror of it now. Speaking of horror, this show American Horror Story, at one time a couple years ago, they had Angela Bassett playing Angela Bassett was in that season, but they had this white woman from Misery. I forgot her name now. But she was playing this French woman down there in New Orleans who used to do all kinds of experimentation and surgeries and trying to graft, and it was on slaves.
That's an absolute true story, by the way. Her name
that's a true story.
Yes,
Madam something. I forget her name now.
Marie.
And then to run her up out of there.
Lorore or some shit like that.
Yeah. They had to get rid of her. They had to run out of town. It was so bad. You know things bad when other white folks say, God damn, now you got to go. You know? Kevin Carray, what say you?
Hey, it's no different than what Ben Franklin used to do at night. He used to go to the graveyards and dig up the freshly buried bodies and go experiment on them.
Oh, really?
In my country too. There was a woman the place is called Rose Hall. She was either French or British, but they call her the White Witch of Rose Hall. She used to have sex with all the male slaves and then that's kill them and bury them in the backyard. I'm dumping in the well in the backyard. Yeah, look it up. It's called the White Witch of Rose Hall.
Okay.
If you go into her,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
If you go into her mansion, there's a painting, right? No matter where you go in the room, the eyes follow you.
Okay. Erzuliism and the Learning Curve both said it's Mary Laveau. And Kathy Bates. Thank you, matron. Kathy Bates was the one who played her on American Horror Story a couple years. I think that was the last season of American Horror Story I watched. But yeah, and that's based on a true story, like Mr. Untouchable pointed out. The Learning Curve says Kathy Bates was the actress. Also, these people used to dig up their dead and eat them. Yes, when they were going through famine and stuff like that, they had no problems digging up and eating their dead. So this is the story. This is who we're dealing with. And, Mr. Untouchable used this phrase a couple of times that don't mean to offend the audience. I don't think the audience should be offended. I think the audience should be delighted to be turned on to this information if they didn't have it before. We have to understand the enemy, man. The enemy will do anything. And as the matron pointed out, they did any and everything with their own people, much less us. Who's us? Right? This guy was doing experiments, surgery experiments on black women and babies, right? Because what were they doing to their own people back in the day? So who do you think, they practiced this on their own people. So of course, when they had the opportunity, they did it to us when we were movable objects to them, and we were, chattel slaves to them. Of course, they did stuff like that to us. And once you have that kind of taste, that taste doesn't go away just because the status, quote unquote, of the people changes. That's in them. I sometimes sit down here. I live in a big city, of course. I live in NYC. And I think about, what are those white folks in Montana really doing? Because we ain't in Montana like that. What's really going down in Montana when an unknowing, unsuspecting black person goes down, takes the wrong highway and finds himself in Montana or something like that? What really goes down?
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
Oh gosh. Yeah. And the crazy thing, Koku, is the person that Matron was mentioning, they consider him to be the father of gynecology. Think about that.
Zulism said that. Yeah.
Yeah. So these so-called fathers of this and that and whatever, at the base of that, you would be surprised about the experimentation that happened to people who didn't have agency with their own bodies. You'd be surprised, brother. You'd be surprised.
Actually, I won't be surprised. But a lot of listeners would probably be surprised.
Yes, sir.
And this is why you have to have this is why Shoot the Breeze is a thing that you have to do. This is what we used to do back home. Daily Affirmation by Pauline, who's usually here. She'll tell you, when we were all back home, we used to shoot the breeze. And shoot the breeze, you talk about all manner of things. And, you laugh and you'll get serious because you hear something real serious that happened back in the day or something like that. And so this is what this is.
Yes.
This is what this is. This is us talking about things that you don't hear every day. Go ahead.
Yes. Well, you know how we go. When you have your little down moments, you really discuss these kinds of issues and matters. But these things are esoteric things that the general public don't necessarily hear.
Yeah.
And sometimes, from time to time, you'll get a little insight in certain things.
You know the vibes.
Go ahead. Who was that guy in Milwaukee that was preserving all those black boys in like those tubs? Was it Jeffrey Dahmer?
Jeffrey Dahmer had skulls and stuff in his freezer.
Yeah.
I don't know if I don't know about the preservation, but he was a sicko completely. I mean, he was out here drugging and raping gay black dudes and all that stuff. And then I guess he decided the ones he liked a lot, he would preserve their heads in his freezer or whatever like that. Like, is why. And by the way, when they talk about Dahmer, they don't talk about the fact that of who he targeted. They talk about he was a serial killer.
Yes, sir. They never talk. Coco, you hit the nail on the head. They never talk about who he specifically targeted.
Yeah.
And the reasons why. Yes.
Mm-hmm. They never talk about that. Right? In the chat room, I see some kind of funny going on. Juliism says Mr. Untouchable is thinking about Matron. LOL. Because you attributed that what he said about the father of gynecology to the Matron. The Matron says, Guandana, he no pay me no mind.
I will have Matron come on and say the exact same thing. With an educated self. I want to compose that.
Yeah, come on, let's hear that said. I want to hear that. Anyone else here wanna say any last words on this prompt here?
Yeah, there was another case, I think 4 or 5 years ago in Chicago, where this black dude, he thought these people were their friends. He went over to their house, they killed him, and for hours they were sitting on his body playing PlayStation.
Oh yeah. Yeah. You have to know your enemy, and you have to know what your enemy is capable of doing. To have an education of any kind that doesn't tell you what to know, that doesn't inform you of what to know, is the modus operandi of the people around you, in particular the enemies around you. That's a failing education.
Or real quick, my last year in high school was at 97. There was a major case in New Jersey where this girl, she was pregnant, and on prom night she gave birth. She just gave birth in the toilet, left the baby there to die, and went back to the prom.
That's crazy.
I remember hearing some shit like that before.
That's insane. With a man if your enemy has a God complex, he is capable of literally anything.
Anything. And that's a true vibes right there. He's capable of anything.
Anything.
And it's important our children understand that.
Yes, sir.
Listen, there was a Jewish dude here in New York a couple years ago, and this is the crazy thing. He went and lured another 4-year-old. He went and lured a 4-year-old Jewish kid back to his apartment. They saw him on video walking fast with the kid, and by the time they caught up to where he lived, he had done killed that kid and stuffed him in a freezer.
Goodness. My Lord.
You know what? Do you know what the narrative was when that kid went missing? Oh, some big black guy took him.
Oh gosh, man. Oh gosh.
Kind of like Susan Smith.
You remember it was this lady, Koku and Kevin, who killed her children. I forget what her name is.
Susan Smith.
Huh? Susan Smith.
Susan
Put
Smith.
him in the river, and she said, "A big black Negro going
Yeah.
I remember that summer.
Laugh at it, but we are the usual suspect. And
Don't forget
your problem. That is a problem.
Don't forget Charles Taylor and Charles Stewart in Boston.
What was that story?
Where he killed his wife, threw her off the bridge, and said it was a black man that did it. And all them black men in Boston was going through hell. And this is like the late 80s in Boston.
The usual suspect. That's dangerous, brother.
Yeah, it's an easy thing to just say some big black. And I'm a big black dude, so that means I could get picked up on some bullshit like that.
Anytime, Adi. You fit the description.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? My goodness.
Hold on. We got the matron here. Matron, you have something to say?
Go on there now, boy. You don't pay me no mind.
It's all good.
We'll accept it.
It's all good. That matron, it's all good.
We'll accept it. Although I should run it past Kevin Carey. Carey, what say you about that?
No comment.
That means I didn't do a good job. It's okay.
Yeah, I shouldn't have thrown it to the resident Jamaican on the panel. Okay. But Matron, you had mentioned in the chat that Dahmer was in the Midwest. He was like Wisconsin or like closest to Chicago to somewhere there.
No, right?
Milwaukee. Okay.
Yeah, like, all them weirdos. Like a couple of years ago, it was a whole nother pseudo cannibalist S&M white guy having homoerotic fantasies, picking people up on Tinder, lived in a beautiful house here in Michigan in Grand Blanc, and he killed the guy after having his fun with him. Like, they go through this. We need to increase our situational awareness, people, because these people have a history and a legacy of like doing stuff to themselves and to each other. What do you think? Like I said earlier, what do you think they're going to do to us?
And shout out to the black LGBTQ folks, because y'all don't talk about Ed Buck too. Ed Buck was out here bucking the system, so to speak, doing whatever he does with y'all black gay dudes, and then a couple of y'all end up dead in his apartment. Y'all need to talk about that too.
Yeah. And Coco, remember what three Christmas ago, the cannibal cop, the NYPD cop?
Oh, what was that story again?
I forgot now. It's so much shit that was. But if you look up the NYPD Cannibal Cop, and the story will come up.
Yeah. I'm not gonna look it up now, but yeah, I remember there was a Cannibal Cop thing going on out here. It's just so many stories. You just start to lose track of them, right? But yeah, man, this is not to be. You see, the problem with our people is even if we saw this story here, we'll just ignore it because we just kind of accept the bullshit that happens. You know what I mean? And so we don't think anything of it. But this stuff is serious. When you think of, I remember when I first came to New York on the 5 o'clock news on ABC, they would show all these young black kids, teenagers that were missing. And every so often I think about that, and I think about these young kids who are missing. And now when I read this story again, this kind of story, you know what's happening to those kids. Let me tell you something. Ain't nothing going on in Idaho. So what you think they doing in Idaho for entertainment and shit like that? Some ghastly shit towards some black person. Ain't nothing going on in certain parts in the countryside of Wisconsin or Milwaukee or whatever it is. So what do you think they doing to black folks that they encounter? You moving off key, you happen to be, driving through that part of town or something like that. You're done. Achieve Mindset, where are you right now? Are you in the UK?
Yes.
Do you hear about stories like this in the UK concerning black folks? Black equals African folks?
Yeah, people go missing time to time. But then one guy went missing. Their parents was campaigning on social media. They found his body somewhere in the woods somewhere, and then he said that he had mental illness or whatever. But strange to me that someone goes missing, doesn't know his way home, and sometimes this looks like it's all been staged. And I think you just have to like put your head to the ground and actually know, not like for example, right? I've been running at night time, and I've started to realize that one of the things I never really did, and I should do more of it, is not just run, but scout your area. Know where you live, know you know where points of vulnerability are, and so that you know when you need to escape, what your route is, or what to do. I think too many times you just go to the shop, buy what you need, and come back home, and it's kind of like keeping you in a tin like sardines. People don't investigate areas where they might feel like, as a black person, these people over here are hostile to me. You know, I think that kind of element is not really done. And when people go missing, we don't also engage with the police to make sure we know where they went missing. Who was the profile of the person that took the person, and kind of like make sure that people are advised not to go this place, or this place. I think we are very much blind sheep, go thinking we can go everywhere, but that's not the
You know what
case.
I want to add to that? We spend our time afraid of our own people,
Yeah,
as
we
opposed to not being afraid of these obviously other people.
spend our time trying to run away from our own people for God knows what reason, right? So instead of actually playing with your own people and actually building, what we do is run away, and we end up getting caught by someone. And the funny thing is that if you put your mind into your mind, your body, and your feet into some of these people's shoes, and actually kind of imagine what happened to them when they got you know kidnapped, right? A
Yeah.
good film is Get Out. Like Get Out is funny and it's like a horror, but think about it. Somebody gets kidnapped and put in somebody's basement and does
No.
whatever they do to you. You can never come out of that trauma. You can learn to live, you can learn to move on with your life, but you're always gonna get those cold sweats at night because of the trauma. And funny thing is, I want to add, I don't want to take too long. I don't know if there's ever been a person who's been kidnapped as black, and then the person being found, right? Not harmed, either being rescued. I think I would like to know the statistics, and especially in the US, but in the UK, I don't think there's ever been that kind of person. And that's
You
something
know,
that's very, very alarming.
I want to just speak to that for a second. Because I lived in the UK for a minute, in Wolverhampton and Nottingham, and you know what? I would stand on the platform and wait for the train, and feel very comfortable around a sea of black white folks, not thinking that one of them might one day push me. You know,
Mm-hmm.
when the train coming, and I'm sitting in New York City, I living there for a while, and not I'd stand on the platform. You know what I mean? And in Manhattan, not thinking not even an inkling to myself that what will happen if one of these white folks just push me when the train is coming. But when I go to Brooklyn or when I go to Queens, now I'm nervous.
Your shoulders tight. Your shoulders tight.
You forgot who really fits the
Oh
description.
gosh, oh gosh, man, it's crazy.
Yep.
It's crazy.
Yep. That's the problem we have. We think the threat is amongst us. Nah, the threat is that white boy with the plaid shirt and the button down, looking goofy with the glasses. That's our threat. In the chat, the Hosh Rally Podcast is here, y'all. Say what's up to the Hosh Rally Podcast. D Webb. He says, as for black Americans, utilize that concealed carry. There has been a stigma that carrying firearms makes us more vulnerable to police bullshit, but better to be judged by 12 than carried by six. And he says, and teach your children to defend themselves as well. KW Dawn says, Amos Wilson taught that you should act on your enemy's capabilities. He says, Amos Wilson taught that you should act on your enemy's capabilities. The thing is, a lot of our folks don't educate themselves on what the enemy is capable of doing. You know, does anyone have any last thoughts on this prompt here on the panel? If not,
No, the only thing I would say is, as far as the enemy's capabilities, a man with a God complex is capable of anything.
Anything.
Okay.
So we're now at Shoot the Breeze, topic number 6. I'm glad the matron is back on the panel because I'd like to hear from the matron on this one as well. The prompt is Ethiopia an ancient Christian colony by way of southern Arabia? And what was accompanied with this prompt was this Facebook post that that says Ethiopia is the mother of African independence, so we must defend Ethiopia. It's the only uncolonized nation. Therefore, for all of us on the continent, Ethiopia is our mother. Hashtag United States of Africa. Ethiopia is the mother of African independence, so shall we stand to defend? Ethiopia is the only uncolonized nation. So for all of us in the continent, Ethiopia is our mother. Now that's a translation, by the way, right? Hashtag United States of Africa. Speaking of this too, before we start discussing it, I put up a poll on the community tab for this platform on YouTube that you guys could check out and you could vote on as well. It's a question, a fundamental question about Kwame Nkrumah and how would you describe him? And there's a couple of prompts. There's like a multiple choice. There's a couple of prompts you could choose from, one including all of the above. So you guys make sure to check out that prompt and vote on that. The other part to this prompt was this World History Encyclopedia talking about Queen of Sheba. The Queen of Sheba is the monarch mentioned in the Bible and then in later works who travels to Jerusalem to experience the wisdom of King Solomon of Israel firsthand. The queen is first mentioned in 1 Kings 10, 1 through 13, and in 2 Chronicles 9, 1 through 12 in the Bible. Then in the latter Aramaic Targum Sheni, then the Quran, and finally the Ethiopian work known as the Kebra Nagas. Later writings featuring the queen, all religious in nature, come basically from the story as first told in the Bible. There is no archaeological evidence, inscription, or statuary supporting her existence outside of these texts. The region of Sheba in the Bible has been identified as the kingdom of Saba, also sometimes referred to as Sheba, in southern Arabia, but also with Ethiopia in East Africa. In the biblical tale, the queen brings Solomon lavish gifts and praises his wisdom and kingdom before returning to her country. Precisely where she returned to, however, is still debated, as the historian Flavius Josephus famously identified her as Queen of Ethiopia and Egypt, but the probable and most commonly accepted dates for Solomon argue in favor of a monarch from southern Arabia, even though no such monarch is listed as reigning at that time. This is a whole long article, so I won't read the whole thing. I'll stop there. What says you guys, based on your knowledge of, I guess, Ethiopia and or Christianity, do you think that Ethiopia, an ancient Christian colony, is by way of southern Arabia? Matron, I'm going to start with you for this one.
Y'all don't like my answers about this.
Matron was over there like my students. When I asked a question to my students, they all of a sudden they started reading intensely some shit in front of them, right? So Matron was over there hiding. But no, Matron, the question is for you first.
Okay, all right. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
All right. So yes is the answer to that question. From my perspective, is that Ethiopia was colonized first because of Christianity. I feel that they attribute their legacy and history to something that many scholars don't think is real, because Josephus was alleged to not even have been a real person per se. So from my perspective and the youth of Christianity as an organized religion, and for Ethiopia to say this is our legacy and heritage, means that yes, they are an ancient Christian Arabian colony, because religions deify a set of people in order to push and promote and populate a place. So yes, they are.
Azuliism says lies. How can you be uncolonized, but they named you? Bullshit. Ethiopia is not even the name of the land. The name Ethiopia itself is Greek and means of burnt faces. KW7 says Christianity first came to the Askum Empire in the 4th century AD, when Greek-speaking missionaries from Mentius converted King Izana. Okay, so that's some history for our asses right there. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this prompt?
Well, for me, I take a little bit of a different perspective being an Afro-Caribbean person. You know, because when we as Afro-Caribbean persons talk about Ethiopian, I for my mind go back to the Rastafarianism and that kind of faith. And for me in particular, I push back against the Rastas because I think Ethiopia has been colonized not only by the Christians, but also by the Italians as well, and currently by the Westerners. And if you disagree with me, if you go into Ethiopia, Ethiopians, and many of them speak Italian and have very Italian ways. And as far as being westernized, many of them have a westernized sentiments as well. You know, so I take it. And let me also say this too, because the Rastafarians like to use this whole King Solomon bullshit dynasty nonsense. And I would just suggest that Ethiopia had dynasties way before Queen of Sheba met what's my name? Solomon, way before. The history goes back considerably longer than the introduction of Queen of Sheba being introduced to Solomon. And they had much wisdom in the society long before some black empress met a Jewish whatever. You know what I mean? So this is my kind of like issue with them. And plus the issue of Haile Selassie, but that's a whole nother argument. I would only say, I would only say that as far as it being an ancient Christian colony, maybe, but it's much more ancient than Christianity as well. It go back further than that as well. So I would just tell my Rastafarian brothers to consider that Ethiopia has been existing and it's been a civilization long before Christianity came on the scene, as far as the African spirituality is concerned, and they need to tap into that. That's what I would say.
Yeah, I hate when I hear people talk about how, well, this fella, this Mexican fella, what's his name? Jesus Christ, gave the gospel to some Ethiopian, and that, and blah 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 blah, right? Like it's always these white folks had to give us something to legitimize us, and we just go hook, line, and sinker for the nonsense, Who's here? Achieve Mindset. What say you to this topic?
Oh, hey, man, I think they are. If they believe what the ancient Christian colony, I guess that's good for them. But they need to kind of say to in terms of protecting them, they need to justify why they need protection from the rest of Africa. Because for me, as much as every part of Africa needs to be protected, they are a group of people that personally, for me, I feel like they have gone away with a lot of stuff. They've gotten away with betraying the African race, and it's kind of like Selassie is becoming, have kind of like deified their country. And as much as I think I brought up over time when I said that while Africa was being colonized, they were essentially, many people will say they're free, but they didn't build any weapons. They didn't do anything to ship into to the other countries for people to fight for their freedom.
And it's like Wakanda.
Yes, exactly. Oh yes, you brought it up. Yes, they are the modern Wakanda without the technology. They did exactly what Wakanda did, which is ignore their brothers in crime. And it brings a point which I feel like, I don't know whether it happens in America or in the UK, it happens here. What I've seen is that a lot of these Ethiopians do not really hang out with the other black brethren. Like, I've been to some of their restaurants, I've looked through it, and they don't really have a normal black person there working them. Granted, that could be just a black person doesn't want to work them. Cool. But they're always dating outside of your race.
Yep.
Some of the people that I've seen. And it's like they seek to be distant from us. They seek to say, okay, we have ancient Christianity, we have this ancient Islam, we have this ancient, but none of them ever seek to, they seek to always be protected. We need, like for example, he says that Ethiopia is the mother of African independence. That's a lie, because in order for you to have independence, you'd have to be colonized by somebody else. So who did they get independence from? You know what I'm saying? So that's, for me, it's a lie. I don't think that they did anything to help the continent, and people are not pushing back on them and say, hey, you need protection, cool, what did you do for us? And them being an ancient Christian colony, good for them. But here's the thing, if they had a different version of Christianity to the Wazungu's Christianity and it benefit our people, again, why did you not spread it around the continent? Why is it all in your country? There's a pattern here. You build something, you take something, right, from the ancient time, you made it, molded to your own, but you don't spread it to your other brethren. You have freedom, you don't do anything to help your other brethren. It's like they keep taking and they don't give. And that's my problem with them as a people. Like, for example, Queen Sheba, she's praised for, being the wife of Solomon. Wait, you're praising some woman for interracial marriage, but if somebody does in this day, you're saying that's not pro-black. But we're praising her and we're praising Cleopatra. It doesn't make any sense. It's either one or the other. We need to pick our role models properly in history, in today, and in the future. I don't want to, personally for me, in a black education or black centered education to say that Ethiopia is a model. I have to say, look, Ethiopia is the modern Wakanda without the technology, and a nation that has continually want Africa to serve it rather than it actually contributing to our African brethren. And it's sad to say that people keep falling for the trick bag. But for me personally, I look at them, I'm like, you're on your own now. You know, you've not produced anything, so you're now on your own. That's why I say to them and their ancient Christian colony, because he hasn't done nothing from us. And none of their, funny enough, none of their churches is actually spread through Africa as widely as their Pentecostal churches
Right.
are, destroying our people and taking all their money for, coming from miracles and all these nonsense. They haven't spread it. It's all in their country. And, they are Wakanda. They are Wakanda. That's something that I've noticed. That book written, about Black Panther, I think it was based on them without technology, and they without the technology in the book. It's an imagination, it's a fiction, so it's with technology, and it's quite funny to notice that. But yeah, that's what I have to say about Ethiopia.
Kare, you have anything to add?
I know nothing about the religion, so I will digress to the matron. But there's one thing I must say though. What Achieve Mindset said about the Ethiopian. There's a restaurant I used to go to in the village on McDougal Street. You might know about it. It's called Muscatum.
I know it well. By the way, full transparency, Ethiopian food is actually one of my favorite dining out food experiences. But
yeah, it tastes very good. It's very good.
Yeah.
But people are a bit.
But it's like every time I go to that restaurant, it's like you get a very cold feeling.
Yeah, it's cold. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. I had a friend went to DC. There's a lot of Ethiopians in DC.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of cabbies. This is before the time of Uber and Lyft, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he was there for like an hour because he didn't know where he was going in DC. He needed a cab. He was trying to wave them down, and they kept passing them, or they'll pass him and go pick up a white passenger. So a cop sees this, and he ordered one of them to stop and tell me, go in the cab, because that's not fair what they're doing to you. But yeah, you're right. And one of my models, actually, she was like into that thing. She was like, yeah, I don't date black men. I only date Arabs.
Interesting. Yeah, that's the thing I know with Ethiopians. Like, for example, like Achieve Mindset agrees their food is pretty good. I don't know if Mr. Untouchable or anyone else here has had their food before. But if you look at the food that they make, right, that food is not expensive ingredients per se, right? I think the seasonings might be the thing, if they're authentic, might be the thing that's expensive. But they never put an Ethiopian restaurant down in an area where there's black folks. Anytime you go to an Ethiopian restaurant, I'm speaking of New York City now. There's one, like the one that Kevin Kare said he used to go to on McDougal. I used to go to. That's the first Ethiopian restaurant I used to go to. But they have a couple now in Brooklyn, and there's one in particular I go to, in Park Slope, and pretty good food. I mean, really good food, but everyone who works there, of course, is Ethiopian, and I'm not shitting on them for that. That's what you're kind of supposed to do. But they're in an area where you can tell they're always kind of surprised when black folks come in there. And it's because, they set up their business around a model of white folks will come and spend money. They know that if they were to bring that restaurant down closer to black folks, what they'll find is black folks will push back and say, hey, you can't want to charge me that amount of money for some lentils with a certain type of seasoning or whatever. So they stay away from black neighborhoods. And every time I think about it, it reminds me of this Ethiopian official. At least he became an official, and from what I understand, he's still alive today. I don't remember his name now. But back in the day, you could go on YouTube and find there's a video with this Ethiopian talking to these white kids. They're all like teenagers at the time. And this Ethiopian dude is on some shit like, well, the black man, he says something like, just because we're black in colors, because we're closer to the sun, that don't mean we're like them niggas in the States. That's basically what he was saying. It's not like we're them black people. We ain't them black people. we are black in hue because, you know, we're from closer to the sun. So we don't look at the world and we don't have their problems. And that shit right there has always bothered me about Ethiopia.
Oh, cool. I want to speak to that for a second, just
Right.
briefly, and I'll let you go and do what you need to do.
Mhm.
One of the beefs, the reason why Haile Selassie was overthrown, if you look at the history of that country, is one of the beefs. Is this guy named? His name is Miriam Haile Mengistu.
Mhm.
He was really the main person to overthrow Haile Selassie, and one of the beasts with him, he's saying that these niggas think that they are Arab or white.
Mhm.
These Negroes think that they are better than us.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? And that's one of the beasts he had with the emperor, and that's
Yep.
one of the beasts that he was the reason why he was overthrown and ended up in the bottom of the friggin' toilet.
On the
But that's
toilet,
neither
yep.
here nor there. That's neither here nor there. But I wanted to put that out there. That's really was because there was a separation, and some Negroes who live in these little glass houses, because of their complexion or their mixtures, believe that they are different because. And the rest of the Ethiopians say, no, this is a black country, nigga. What's up? You know, and that's one of the reasons he was overthrown. But I really wanted to put that out there for the listeners.
Koku, I just put something in a private chat. This is from the early days of YouTube, but this was an Ethiopian woman like going in on black women in America. Take a look when you can. You might remember this.
When you say take a look when I can, are we talking about take a look when I'm done with the show or take a look as I'm on the show? How long is the video?
It's about 8 minutes, but you don't have to look at the whole thing. But it's very interesting. I remember that thing still burns in my head about it was big at that time. This has got to be around 05, 06.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me see if I can cue this up. My computer is acting funny for some reason. While I get to that, let me touch on KW Don 7 says the people in Ethiopia are largely multi-generational, multiracial people. Yeah, they're a mixture of folks there. Let me share this with y'all. Yeah, so we're gonna after this we're gonna go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 tonight. What's going on? Why is this not sharing? Let me tell you what. Yeah, I'm trying to pull up this video, and of course, it's doing some bullshit right now.
Yeah. In the meantime,
go ahead.
while Koku gets his stuff ready, like I say, there are some people in the country who have this belief that they are different, but that you have black Ethiopians like Haile Garima. He's a filmmaker in
Washington,
D.C. Very famous. He understands and he believes that he is the part of the Ethiopian people who believe that they are black, and he don't really differentiate. He don't play them kind of games. So you have a split in ideology. So all of them don't think like a so-called monolith. I just want to put that out there as well.
That's true.
Yes.
But the problem I have is that for so long they've been by themselves, like they keep saying, and they don't think like a monolith. It's a problem. You know, we need to head in a direction. And for me, what I'm trying to say, and I understand what the Matrix said the other time that they were colonized, but there has to be a degree of responsibility. Like, and this is something that I kind of have to say in the sense that I've never seen after independence any of the African countries actually have an internal investigation or even an external query investigation how we got into the mess that we got with colonialism. And the thing is that we have to look at that, who we gonna blame, what's our weak points so we can make sure those weak points are addressed. You know, that include building a better army or building a better way of governing. And they have never looked at themselves and said, look, we don't have one voice. We keep seeing ourselves as half Arab, half some of them are half black and whatever. That is a big problem. And when it came to the point when your brothers were in need desperately, they really couldn't do anything about it, and they didn't want to do anything about it. And that's my main issue with a lot of them. And in the UK, you see them having a lot of dating outside their race because they don't really see you as the
Right.
man. And I think that I'm not kind of grouping them as one, as you said, but there are differences between them. But I kind of look at them that they basically look, they want to see themselves, they want everybody to have in their mind that Ethiopia is like the forefront of Africa, is the head of Africa, is the inspiration, you know, we should aspire to Ethiopia, to protect it, to do everything because it embodies what African is. You can't say that, but you're not doing it.
Right.
That's the main point. So for me, when all people making this type of post, but that's my reply. What have you done to show me that I need to put you on that level?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh yeah, this woman right here used to be going on YouTube saying the stupid stuff. That's she got run out of YouTube. But anyway, you can play a video, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna play long because it's a whole 8 minutes. But before I play it, the matron was gonna say something, I believe. Matron.
Yeah, I was just going to say that even in the Judeo-Christian Bible, they often describe the Ethiopian as both a eunuch and ignorant. Okay, asking the missionaries for help and assistance to understand the word.
Yeah.
So that means that they are non-productive, non-thinking, non-replicating, servile entities that can't even understand the information they're trying to disseminate, nor the ideology that they believe. But see, that's that whole, perspective on how to read the Bible.
Let me play a little bit of this video. I don't know if the sound, because of how I have the two screens set up, I am not sure if the sound is going to play. If it doesn't play, we'll move on. But apparently Achieve Mindset is familiar with this young lady. Can you guys hear this?
No, increase the volume.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So I'm not gonna work. But anyways, Kari, thanks for sending that in. Sorry, I can't really make it work
No
right
worries.
now.
No worries.
Yeah, that this whole idea that you gotta save Ethiopia, I know about that. But it does seem like Ethiopia might have been, one of these first Christian colonized nations, so to speak, and that they have history coming through Arabia. As KW Don 7 said, they are people largely multi-generational, multiracial people. So I can definitely see that. Sorry I couldn't get that video there to play. What I'm going to do is I'm going to post Shoot the Breeze topic number 7. We have 10 topics tonight, so we're almost to the end. I'm going to post number 7. It says it's about 8 people dead and multiple injured at Travis Scott's Astro World Festival in Houston. What I'm going to do right now before we discuss it, I'm going to put it up. You guys in the chat room can post your thoughts on it now. What I'm going to do, though, I want to make sure I get to this ad right here.
Have you ever considered joining KWAZ Radio? Each of our hosts shares their unique perspective with you. You might have a perspective that needs to be shared. If that's true, hit us up at kwaz.radio@gmail.com. What are you gonna do? What you gonna do?
So KWAZ Radio earlier today posted a tweet saying that they were actively looking for, shows for the network. And it actually got a decent response, I noticed. A couple of people responded. It was shared a bunch. And so some people were saying that they're definitely down for it. So you might see some new shows hit the station very soon. What you can also do in the meantime, though, while we're ramping things up, while we're okay, I guess bless you, while we're ramping things up and you know, doing the work that we have to do, you can also support the station by supporting the station directly. Cash App, KWAZ Radio, or you can purchase a T-shirt from some of the podcasters on the network. Greetings, everyone. This is Koku from the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I just wanted to jump on real quick and highlight a tweet made by the revolutionary matron of the Learning Curve podcast on KWAZ Radio. She says in this tweet, buy black and support KWAZ radio hosts. Buy a t-shirt today. You can go to t-shirtepiphanies.com/KWAZ-radio-merch. You can support all the hosts like Onita Say from the Pro-Black Perspective, myself, Koku from the Bitter Medicine Podcast, the Harsh Reality Podcast with D Webb and Al Miguel, and last but not least, the revolutionary matron from the Learning Curve Podcast. And I just wanted to show you, also, you can look at and see some of the first shirts that we have here. We have a lot of size options for you guys to choose from. So make sure to go ahead and support each of these shows by purchasing a t-shirt today. The reality is that when you buy merchandise, support of one of your favorite shows on the network, you help to make that show even better, right? And by purchasing and wearing these t-shirts, you are showing people around you that you are included in the culture that we are creating at KWAZ Radio. All right? Buy it because you love what we're doing. Buy a t-shirt because you want to be a part of this thing that we're creating, right? And buy it because you want to show people that you feel united with the subject and the cause of the shows on KWAZ Radio. I'm Koku from the Bitter Medicine Podcast. You guys be good. Peace. Yeah, I just wanted to show everyone I wasn't drunk during the recording of that. It's because it sounds like I'm talking with slurred speech. I was not drunk during the recording of that commercial. But definitely support the shows. Like I said, big things coming. You want to help support the show to help things happen. That's just the bottom line of it. And in addition to all the size options, I want to point out something the matron points out. There's also a lot of color options as well. So you can buy different sizes and colors of t-shirts. Support the shows on KWAZ Radio as soon as you can. All right, with that said, we're on prompt number 7 of 10. 8 people dead and multiple injured at Travis Scott's Astro World Festival in Houston. Let's go over to the article. Apparently a 14-year-old was killed among 8 killed at the Astro World Festival as city officials released victims' ages. Memorial High School freshman John Hilgert went to Astro World Festival with friends to watch Travis Scott and others perform. The 14-year-old planned to arrive early to get a good spot to see the performances Friday. By the night's end, he became the youngest to die as thousands of people crowded the stage. School officials on Saturday identified him as one of the 8 people killed, most of whom were in their mid-20s. 2 of the victims were 21 and 2 others were 23. One person's age has not been determined, says Mayor Sylvester Turner. The youngest of them, Hilgert, grew up in Hunters Creek Village with 15-year-old Robbie Hendricks, who also attended the concert. Tracy Faulkner, Robbie's mother bought her son's tickets for his birthday and told him it would be like a big rodeo. Faulkner ultimately regrets the decision. Everything about that night was a tragedy, Faulkner said. John was a good student and athlete and so polite. He was the sweetest and smartest young man. She had known John for years. The two boys played football together, though John also played on a select basketball team. They were both in the same place at the same time, and one came home and one we will never see, Faulkner said. Counselors will be available at Memorial High School this week, officials said. Our hearts go out to the student's family and to his friends and our staff at Memorial, Principal Lisa Ware wrote in a statement. This is a terrible loss, and the entire MHS family is grieving today. Police Chief Troy Finner characterized the concert crowd as young, and that played a role in how authorities coordinated the shutdown of the festival, which took more than a half hour following the declaration of mass casualty incident. Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo, meanwhile, worried that the death toll may have been higher had authorities not intervened when they did. So this brings us to the tragedy of the Astro World Festival. It was like watching a Jenga tower topple. For 37 minutes after officials declared a mass casualty at Astro World, Travis Scott played on. The concert promoter behind Astro World Festival has weathered a couple dozen tragedies, really. Astro World Festival tragedy already ranks among deadliest U.S. concerts ever. 14-year-old among 8 killed at Astro World Festival as city officials released victim ages. Police warned concert organizers that people in the crowd were falling down as the concert went on. This is an artist who we know has a following with young people with bright futures, Hidalgo said. No parent, no friend, no sibling should see their loved one off to a world-renowned artist and not be able to expect them to come home safely. Danish Baig, 27, was among the eldest of those killed, trampled in the general admission crowd as Scott performed. According to Baig's younger brother, Basil Mirza Baig, the siblings drove from Dallas to attend the Houston Festival. I lost my brother, the brother said in tears. He was trying to save our sister from the stampede. The siblings were standing together but became separated. Their phones fell to the ground and Baig was unable to reach his brother. First responders rushed Baig to a hospital, but he died in the ambulance, the brother said. Authorities are reviewing the mass casualty event as a criminal investigation with homicide and narcotics investigators, officials said. The cause of deaths have not been determined. The identity of one victim has not been determined, and the Harris County Institute of Forensic Science has since asked for help identifying him. The man in his 20s was described as being nearly 500 pounds. He was wearing Nike sneakers, just do it, size 11 at the time of his death. Hidalgo pledged to find out how the concert devolved into chaos and whether it was preventable. She said similar crowd control issues were reported at the same festival in 2019 and that additional security was added as a result. Baig's brother contends that concert organizers, too, did little to help. In a separate Facebook post, he said the concert was poorly managed. Travis Scott just kept telling people to rage, Baig said. We were nobodies to them. More than 24 people were taken to the hospital after the concert, about half of which were still hospitalized as of Saturday afternoon. 5 of the hospitalized concertgoers are minors. Several more people killed during the concert remain unidentified. Autopsies are still pending for the 8 people, and authorities are trying to expedite the examination so that the families can prepare the funerals. In another tweet I saw on Twitter earlier today, Houston police confirms that someone was injecting people with a needle at the Astro World Fest. I'm not going to play the video because apparently you guys are not going to hear it, being that it's on another monitor. But that's a crazy situation. I see we got Jacadero Asaway in the chat saying, "Don't lie, Baba Coco. You started your night early. Shame on you for not inviting me." No, I started at 8. Shoot the breeze. All my shows are always at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. So you guys got to get used to the time. But thanks for being here. I appreciate it. The Harsh Rally podcast says that whole situation weird. Police now saying someone was running around with a syringe. Yeah, that's exactly what I was just reading. Injecting people. Bottom line, avoid large crowds for a number of reasons and encourage the same to your loved ones. What says you guys on the panel? We'll start with Kevin Carre. Do you have any thoughts on this?
Really short. As you said just now, avoid large crowds.
Yeah, that was D-Web from the Harsh Reality podcast. Mr. Untouchable, what say you about this?
I mean, I really don't see the tragedy, because if you listening to what's his name, Travis Scott, You Ready and Brain Dead, you just don't know it. I mean, really, yeah, man, you need to go listen to some Barris Harmon or something like that. I mean, because you won't really get nothing done listening to Travis Scott. But I mean, it's an unfortunate incident. I don't want to see any person harmed or hurt or anything like that. But I mean, really, I mean, you listen to Travis Scott, come on, man. You know what I mean? I would suggest that young people to invest in listening to some down home blues music or some jazz or some shit like that. But I mean, what you expect?
Yeah, you don't hear about no Stampede or the goddamn BB King
go to Barris Harmon or some
or Barris or Bougie or something like that.
Yeah. You relax yourself.
Yeah. Go cool yourself out.
In these situations, unfortunately, the young people are experimenting and doing things that they shouldn't do, and these things are repetitive. These things happen over and over again in drug cultures and different things of that nature, and drinking. But I'm sympathetic to the loss of life, you know.
Yeah. Jacadero says, "I'm not talking about the show. I'm talking about your quote unquote drinking. You were talking. Oh yeah, I sounded like I was slurring my speech." Zuliism says, "That's the second most cold this shit Mr. Untouchable said." God damn. But that shit is so real. I mean, dude, that's what you call a culling, right? Like you went to this dude's show. All right. That's a culling. But again, you know, you have to be sympathetic to loss of life and stuff like that. But go take your ass to something more uplifting in the future, you know. Matron, you're here. What say you about this?
Are there really that many 500-pound people walking around that we cannot identify the one that went to a Rage concert?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, like, what do you mean you can't identify this person?
Yeah.
Like, we got that
missing?
many?
Who's missing a 500-pound family member and ain't come forward yet and said something about the shit?
Right. Like, what are you saying? Like, I just want to know. I'm sorry. Okay,
the forklift driver that dropped his dumb ass there
should
speak up and say something.
Yes. You know, or the car that's in the parking lot that's leaning to one side, that's registered to somebody. That's registered to. What the fuck do you mean? I'm sorry. Okay.
I thought the same thing. You can't find out who the 500-pound guy is.
So, I mean, I'm sensitive to the loss of life. I hate the fact that this is a child involved because, and what kind of parent? Like, I'm
14-year-old.
Right. I'm questioning what kind of parenting skills do you have that you decided to buy your kid a ticket to this event, let alone a general admission, probably on the lawn, you know, you scrape together your twos and to send your kid to this type of event. What kind of parent are you? Like, I have moral questions about this whole situation. And then people going around getting pseudo jabbed with like a hypodermic needle. I stopped going to movie theaters back in the day because they was like, you know, it's AIDS infected needles and hypodermic needles and stuff in the movies. Like, I stopped doing that. And now we got some idiots walking around pseudo jabbing people. And man, Stay home, protect your kids, and find your fat ass family members. I'm so confused about
They probably home relaxing, saying, "God damn, I got. I don't
they
know
mad.
where he is, but we ain't got to cook today."
Right,
Shit.
they happy because they can eat a ho in peace.
I mean, it's fucked up, but god damn, you can't find this dude. That shit is crazy. I think Achieve Mindset may have stepped away. Achieve Mindset, are you there? Yeah, I think he stepped away. But yeah, that story is just wild. Again, shout out, RIP to those who unfortunately lost their lives. There's better things to support that. If you lost your life, I would get it. You know what I mean? But not Travis Scott. You know, like my boy Mr. Untouchable said, man, if you was at a Barris Hammond or Sanchez or Buju Banton or something, I'll get that, Keba Mo, something like Uncle Charlie, some shit like that. But for fuck's sake, man, like not Travis Scott. Don't let that be the last thing you know is that you're dying at a Travis Scott concert. God damn. Zulism say, "Oh, it's cold as ice on the show tonight." Yeah, it's cold. It's cold-blooded, man. Speaking of cold-blooded, we're gonna get right into Shoot the Breeze number 8 tonight. Now we know what's going on out here with the pandemonium that's going on out here, and we know that we've talked for 2 weeks now. We talked about these topics where they've accidentally, quote unquote, given these children these jabs, right? These adult versions of this jab out here. Well, as you probably heard this week, they're starting to unroll the jab for children 5 to 11. So, right on time, what do you think they also unrolled for this jab being available to 5 to 11-year-old children? That brings us to Shoot the Breeze topic number 8. That should be visible in a second. Big Bird's official account shares that the Sesame Street character got the COVID-19 jab today. Right? Talking about some ho shit. Here comes these guys. Let me put this up so people could see it. Here comes these guys using Big Bird to influence mofos. Before that, though, the House Reality Podcast said, not to mention the low vibrational music this dude makes. Kanye speaks on the power of deep bass on 808s on a pod he was recently on. Yeah, he was on the Drink Champs podcast, and he was talking about how the 808 is a low vibrational chakra or something like that. But yeah, so let's go to this story. Big Bird, I got the Rona shot. Now, why is Big Bird talking like that? Hold on. Why is this not doing it? Damn it. What's going on? Is this thing frozen or something? Oh, yeah. So Big Bird, and we can see a picture of this big yellow ass bird here with a black dude too with a syringe in his hand. Big Bird is one of the first on Sesame Street to get protection against COVID-19, and while some might question why he's late to the party, the timing makes sense for his audience. The 8-foot costume character made the big announcement on Twitter Saturday, the first time he's tweeted from his account since March. So yeah, major development for the reclusive Big Bird. So this is Big Bird's dumbass saying, I got the COVID-19 vaccine today. My wing is feeling a little sore, but it'll give my body an extra protective boost that keeps me and others healthy. Miss at Erica R. Hill even said, "I've been getting vaccines since I was a little bird. I had no idea." So you see how they're using this language and sentiment to get kids? That's some real dastardly shit. Big Bird writes, I'm sorry, I read that already. No photo proof or anything showing Mr. Bird getting his jab, but we'll take him at his word here and even give him props for spreading the word on vaccine awareness. Erica Hill says it's happening. She mentions Sanjay Gupta and I are back with our friends from Sesame Street for a new town hall answering your questions. Join Elmo, Big Bird, Rosita, and some special guests today at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time at CNN. So excited to keep Kizzy. So excited to meet Kizzy PhD. That's Kizmikia or whatever her name is. What says you guys about this? Let's start with the matron. Let's start with the female voice.
This is gonna be good.
This is an attack on our children like never before, right? Like Sesame Street was like the last almost safe place of, syndicated television that you could watch. But ever since Elmo has been their flagship character, which is interesting that they didn't do Elmo with all the Tickle Me Elmo and the Elmo craze that's been going on for the past 15 years or so, that they didn't vaccinate Elmo first, but they went to Big Bird because people my age that grew up on Sesame Street kind of sort of have this like Big Bird gleam of, he was safe. He made reasonable decisions. Big Bird was the first entity outside of myself that gave me sense making skills, right? But he's been bought and paid for by Big Pharma, evil pharma, the witchcraft of the modern era and age. And we need to stop listening to this crap. Okay. This is again an attack on our children. And it's scary because, as I've mentioned before, your children can go and receive medical services that you don't know anything about. And they've been preparing you for this for years, because those little dental vans that come around and you can get your physical and your kid can get their eye exam and all these other little routine medical care services at the school, and they tell you what your kid needs. Those things have been training you and preparing you for this moment. So now your kid potentially can be vaccinated at their school without, and it can be billed to your insurance without your consent because of the privacy laws, and you have nothing to say about it because they have the right to say yes.
House Reality Podcast says these people are way too infatuated with the children. Everything from drag queens reading to children to now jabs for kids who are more likely to die on the car ride to school than from the quote-unquote Rona. He says protect the children, get them off the internet and TV, as well as the indoctrination centers. I always thought Big Bird was kind of stupid, to be honest. Because he could never figure out he was Snuffleupagus' side piece. He could never get Snuffy to come nowhere.
Oh my God.
Right. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
I see this as a teachable moment. Because I see what my enemies use as a tool to influence the minds of young people and people in general. These historical idols, people who used to watch as kids, to influence the minds of the young. And I would say this, to every reaction is a reaction. Every action is a reaction. Mm-hmm. And I say that we should in turn use the tools that is influenceable towards young kids to do the same things as far as doing the counter to what they're trying to do. You know what I mean? So we have to look at what are the images and ideas that children and young people look at and watch that are able to influence their minds in a particular way. You know what I mean? I'm saying use their tools against them. We have our little so-called Snoop Dogs, and the rappers are really, they really, you have to charge them to the game, but we have to use the same kind of mechanisms that they use, but counter. It's like a counter reaction to what they do. So if they talking about the job, or if they talking about abortion, if they talking about specific issues, we could use the same kind of tools and counter. Use our cartoons like what's my man name? What's the guy name with the two boys? What's the guy's name? I can't remember. It used to be a cartoon. I can't remember what it is now, but I'm saying that you could just use the same kind of technology.
The Boondocks.
The Boondocks.
Yeah.
The same kind of technology to send indirect messages to our young people or people who are influenceable, to just send the same kind of message in return, man. We playing a game, offense and defense. Yeah. So that's how that's how I look at it. Go ahead,
Matron.
go ahead.
Yeah, but Mr. Untouchable, the problem with that is this. The people that have those types of skills, because I would love to do something like that, but I don't have those types of skills and tools at my readily disposable. And when I have asked, it's all about money, right? So they're beholden to something that I don't have a tremendous amount of disposable resource to invest in these types of things. Even the emulators are like, I want to be paid top dollar to, create a cartoon, or no, I'm not putting, like, I've even asked people to like go put on like costumes for kids. I've done that myself a couple of times to go influence and impact kids and things like that. But that constant, consistent programming and things like that, these people want to be paid. And it's like, wow, what happened to wanting to do it because you want a generation behind you to exist? They don't have any pride or they don't have a moral compass that says, hey, we need to be we need to be around in 10, 20, 50, 150 years for them to even have that type of loyalty to lend their talents towards that type of an endeavor. But if y'all know somebody, I'll talk to them. I will ask. Y'all know I will.
Yes, sir. Matron, I'll keep an ear out. And as far as all the listeners are concerned, if you have anybody who kind of have that ideology and mindset, you could get to Matron, get to my brother Koku and I'm a sister Matron, and just put it out there. You know what I mean? Try to see if y'all could signal or just to send that propaganda message out there. People who are able and willing to do the kind of things without charging a phenomenal fee to do it. They are willing to get behind you on it and do it. I'm gonna put it out there in the atmosphere.
Absolutely. Much appreciated there. Kare, what say you?
Sorry, I didn't even know that Big Bird was still a thing, but I'm not shocked. They're gonna use every little tech to get at you. Remember, the kid gloves are off now. Anything goes. I think they're saying, I saw a tweet. There was some guy in the UK they hired. He's his costume, something monkey, something, but they didn't know he was a transvestite. Excuse me, trans. And they were showing it to kids.
Yeah.
It's all about indoctrination from a very young age.
Yeah. I don't know if Achieve Mindset is back yet. He'll let us know if he's here. But we got to start using, propaganda to our advantage. Like Azuliism is saying right here in the chat, actually. He's saying propaganda is God. He says that propaganda is God until you, what does he say? Until you fund your own, you're going to hold all the L's in the world. And that's just it. Pay your thinkers, pay your innovators, pay your developers, right? And you'll see a marked difference in your situation, right? When this panorama happened, one of the big things that they did, like they mentioned Kizmiki, a PhD, they had Kizmiki out there trying to get black folks into this whole jab thing. And the reality of it is that, the shame of it is, we didn't have our own people to put out to do the research to figure out what do we need to do? How do we fix this situation for ourselves? Right? Which is also why they don't want us connected with other black folks around the world, particularly on that big continent called Africa. Right? They don't want us to know what folks are doing, if they're doing anything, etc. Right? And so what we got to start doing like Azuliism is saying, and others have said, we got to start funding our innovation. We got to start funding our thinking. We got to start particularly funding positive propaganda to push to our children. The same way they could push Big Bird's dumbass, snuffleupagus side piece to our kids, right, to go and take this jab, right? We supposed to be pushing propaganda to our kids to understand all the things that need to be understood by our people, and we're not doing it. And so we will, as Azuliism pointed out, we will be taking the L's forever, right? And that's just the reality of it. It seems like Achieve Mindset is not back. Does anyone have any last thoughts on this prompt? No?
Wait. I just think within Sesame Street, the only sane guy was Oscar the Grouch. And he's always in garbage. Everyone else was like Snuffleupagus. The reason he was not with Big Bird, he was a big heroin addict.
So we'll move on to Shoot the Breeze number 9 for the night. I know, like I said, this is 9 of 10, so we're almost at the end. I think this one will get people talking a little bit. So this is Shoot the Breeze number 9. It says Aaron Rodgers tests positive for COVID-19. For those who don't know, Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback, white boy, quarterback for the Green Bay Packers in the NFL. He tests positive for COVID-19, but black dudes like Stephen A. Smith remain mostly silent about it. And we're going to talk about this in a minute. Azuliism says, I think propaganda and imagination is more important than STEM. Because when you can program your people, all the stems are going to reflect and be done with black first. Yeah, it is more important in the sense that the very first thing every black child should get is a race-first education, a race-first outlook. And then when you start adding things like STEM to that outlook, that's when you're going to get productivity for your people. So you're right. It starts with that education and that ideology. That indoctrination has to come early, right? So that everything people do after that indoctrination will be for the uplift of our people. So how many of you on the panel are familiar with this Aaron Rodgers story? Just out of curiosity.
Yes, Stephen A. COON is like he will go in on Kyrie Irving, but not going on this guy.
Mm-hmm. So this article, damn it, hold on, computer issue for a second here. Bear with me. This article, yes, this article basically says that Aaron Rodgers tests positive for COVID-19, rules for unvaccinated NFL players when Packers QB could return, and more. So I'm just going to read some of the story. News that Green Bay Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers tested positive for COVID-19, is unvaccinated, and will miss this weekend's game against the Chiefs shocked the NFL world on Wednesday. And not just because he said in August that he had already been immunized, quote unquote immunized. So this guy, and I had the video lined up, but I'm not going to show it. This guy said, "Yeah, I'm immunized," and he told a bull-faced lie on TV. Since training camp opened in late July, Rodgers had not been publicly observed to be following any of the obvious protocols for unvaccinated NFL players, as agreed upon this summer by the NFL and NFL Players Association. The NFL is currently reviewing the situation with the Packers per a league statement on Wednesday afternoon. So what's the deal here? Did Rodgers mislead everyone about his vaccination status? Was he flouting NFL rules? Were the Packers or the league looking the other way? What follows is our best attempt to separate fact, assumption, and outright fiction in this evolving story. I want y'all to peep this story. We lay out what we definitely know about the situation right now and run through the league's protocols involved, potential fines that could be in play, and when Rodgers could be back on the field for Green Bay. So what happened? Rodgers tested positive Wednesday morning for COVID-19, and the Packers confirmed that backup QB Jordan Love will start Sunday night's game against the Chiefs. That sequence made clear that Rodgers is unvaccinated. Why is that? Unvaccinated players who test positive must be isolated at least 10 days, even if they are asymptomatic. Vaccinated players, however, can return following a positive test as soon as they produce 2 negative tests with 24 hours in between, as long as they are asymptomatic. In other words, Rodgers would at least have a chance to play Sunday if he were vaccinated. So it says, didn't Rodgers say he had been vaccinated? No. In August, a reporter in Green Bay asked him if he had been vaccinated for COVID-19. He answered by saying in part, yeah, I've been immunized. So you see what they're doing here. So the question now is there a difference? No one thought so at the time. The CDC defines vaccination as the act of introducing a vaccine into the body to produce protection from a specific disease, which, by the way, this quote-unquote vaccine doesn't do, but I digress. Its definition for immunization is a process by which a person becomes protected against a disease through vaccination. So if you want to parse words in retrospect, you could interpret Rodgers' response to mean he believed himself to be protected against COVID-19 without overtly saying he perceived an approved vaccination. So why did he think he was protected against COVID-19? According to ESPN's Rob Demovsky, Rodgers pursued an alternative treatment and then petitioned the NFL to recognize him as vaccinated. The NFL refused, citing the clear language of the NFL-NFLPA agreement reached this summer. What did that agreement say about vaccination? It offered multiple paths towards a fully vaccinated status. They include 14 days past a 2-shot regimen of the Pfizer or Moderna vaccine, 14 days past a 1-shot regime of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, 1 shot of any vaccine if the player had also tested positive after August 26, has a total antibody level of 100 whatever per ml, 100 units per ml, I guess, or greater, and a positive antibody test to the COVID IgG, immunoglobulin G is what that means, nucleocapsid protein. Absent one of the outcomes, Rodgers was required to follow protocols for any other unvaccinated player. What are those protocols? Many of them are listed here. They include daily testing and elevated mask wearing, and they are overall nearly identical to the rules that players and coaches followed during the 2020 season before vaccines were available. I'm not going to read all of that, but you get the idea. So the issue that occurred was that when it dropped on Wednesday, that this white boy had this Rona. Popular sports talking head Stephen A. Smith, who everyone should be familiar with, whether you're a sports fan or not, he remained mostly silent, I would say. He said that Rodgers is a liar, but he didn't really have the vitriol behind it that we've seen him have in recent times towards one Kyrie Irving from the Brooklyn Nets. So I'm going to play this. I'm going to play this back and forth that Stephen A. Smith had with one Jay Williams, a former NBA player. Right, so you'll get an idea of what happened here when I play this. He was completely called out. Hold on, let me get it going.
For Kyrie, you said, quote, flat out stupid.
Something's pausing here. What's going on? Hold on.
Two Kyries.
It doesn't. They are drastically different.
Okay.
Aaron Rodgers is exponentially worse. There was not only a lie, there was an intent to lie. And it just a couple of things for you, Stephen A., because we obviously have this gripe. I have this gripe with you. Because
it's both of us.
Yeah. It's fine. I wrote down some things that you said here.
Sure.
So 3.5 weeks ago, you said it amounts to betrayal for Kyrie. You said, quote, flat out stupid as relates to what he's doing. Quote, bad teammate. Quote, selfish. October 16th on CNN. To the hell with you. You say all of these things about Kyrie Irving, and Kyrie Irving was very upfront and honest about what his situation was. Mm-hmm. He wasn't jeopardizing anybody else. He didn't put anybody else on the Brooklyn Nets and their team at risk. When he was allowed to be around the team, he had his mask on. He abided by all the rules. But he was subject to mass criticism by you, animated criticism by you. Mm-hmm. And then I'm in a green room, and I watch you, and I see your points that you had against Aaron Rodgers, and I appreciate the stance by calling him a liar. I just didn't feel the same venom. I didn't feel the same energy that was associated with Kyrie Irving. And a part of me wonders why. How come you don't hold Aaron Rodgers to the same, who lied on national, look reporters in the eye and said, yeah, I'm immunized.
Okay.
Why not? I don't understand that.
So that was a little bit choppy because I guess of the internet or whatever, but you guys get the idea, I think, of what went on. Azuliism in the chat said Stephen A is not bombastic, but he is coontastic. He says Stephen A. Smith will defend him. The Chief Mindset said he will not speak on it and keep saying nonsense to stall time and move on to the next topic. And then the Chief Mindset said he's out. Thanks for the show. So thanks for showing up tonight, Achieve Mindset. Mr. Untouchable, what says you to this?
Koku, I think that we had this discussion before. You know my opinions on this issue. I agree with Stephen A. Smith completely. And here's my reasons why. Here's my reasons. The white guy said that he is vaccinated because he says so. You know what I mean? And you know why? Because he knows that his white dads are backing him up because they create the league, they create the rules of the league, and he knows that they could change the rules for him to support him as he wishes. And this is what it is. So until these black Negroes who are multi-millionaires create a league for themselves and hire their own Uncle Toms who they could hire for CNN or SportsCenter to vouch for them and whatever the hell they do, then you'll have this whole same thing of, I can't believe Stephen King is good. We'll be able to hire our own white coons to speak on our own behalf. Until we do that, I'm not getting mad at these guys who create this industry and create their own rules, so-called, and we begging for fairness. Could you imagine such a thing? You want fairness, and these white guys set up their business, their industry, they create their own rules around it and say, well, this is how we're going to do things. And this is how we're going to set out the rules. Ain't no fairness. We're going to treat our white guys, our little sons, or how they going to be treated, and you all the labor force. We're going to treat y'all how we fit to treat y'all. So until we create our own industry, to create our own rules, to do whatever we need to do for ourselves, then we always going to be in this beggar position. So I support Stephen A. Smith until we're able to do the same thing for ourselves and hire our own coons to speak on our behalf. He is just filling in the gap of what he needs to do to receive his paycheck from his paymasters. So you know what my opinion is on this. It ain't going to be a favorable one. It ain't going to be a popular one, but that's where I stand on it.
No, but it's the real one. Once you start talking fairness, you've self-identified as a loser, actually, right? Think about when we were kids, right? And you start to talk, but be fair, boy. Once you start talking about boy, be fair, you're a loser, and you begging the winner to give you some of the proceeds of him being or her being the winner. And so we got to come off this fairness thing and start understanding that if you really want to talk about fair, you build your own shit to compete. Start talking competition. Kevin Conway, what say you about this?
I agree with Mr. Untouchable. He's right. We got to stop fucking begging. I'm sorry. We got to stop begging these people to be fair to us. We got to build our own. The hell, them days of begging are over now. It's a new era we're living in. WS is going on the fritz right now because their numbers are dying off. They don't care about them not being fair. This is war we're in. There is no fairness in war. But I digress.
Azulism says, wait, did I miss something? Azulism says, but how do they know he is not jabbed? Just because he got COVID, because you can still catch COVID when you are jabbed. Something sounds funny. I get that too. Why was he tested? I understand all those questions too. Let's hear from the matron. Matron, what say you?
First of all, I believe that he said he was immunized and not jabbed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he then petitioned his daddy to authenticate that what he did as an immunization technique to be validated as and substantiated as someone that had been jabbed, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, honest perspective here, he did what he's supposed to do. They doing what they supposed to do. Stephen Smith knows what side his bread is buttered on. He ain't ready to eat dry toast or kick rocks or rock soup, nor in a society where we refuse to organize ourselves should he be willing to. I mean, sometimes I feel like I'm sitting here banging my head up against a brick wall because there's a whole bunch of people to pay me, do whatever. I told y'all I was paid decent money to talk, to answer the phone in the customer services department. So, he's doing what he has to do. And as long as you keep going to beg a white man for your bread, your daily bread to feed yourself and your family to the end of the day, you're going to deal with this, grow the fuck up. And if you're not going to grow up, then sit down and shut the fuck up.
Hey, see prompt, the prompt with the guy that used to be the bailiff for Judge Judy.
Yeah. Grow your ass up. Well, Miss Judy, I thought for sure you'd have held my hands and took me with you to the other. No, sit your ass down somewhere. Either grow up or get out. Azulism asked the question, why was he tested? Well, I'll say this. I don't know for sure, but he probably had the symptoms. And once he realized he had the symptoms within himself, he probably said something to the health guys on the team. And that's probably why he was tested, to confirm, what he probably thought was going on with him. So I'll say that much. The Harsh Reality Podcast says big facts. Fairness is a children's concept. Yeah, come off that children's stuff, man. You got to recognize that there's nothing. I tell my kids this all the time. I've been telling them this since they hit about 8 years old. Like, there's no such thing as fairness. There's 4 of us on this panel right now. If we were tasked with the job of lifting one fridge out of a house, and we all took a side, someone's going to be lifting more than the other. Even though the 4 of us are making headway with this fridge, trust me, someone's going to be putting more energy into the activity. That's just how life is. The key to life, though, and this is why I tell my kids, and hopefully this might do something for some of y'all here or for some of y'all's kids, the key to life is to keep it close. What you don't want to have is a situation where you in some 80-20 situation. That ain't close. Your job as a man, especially as a black man, is to keep shit close. Dorico Cooper photography is showing up here. I'm surprised folks are tuning in at midnight for this show. Does anyone else have any last thoughts on this prompt? Or are we all good with this prompt? Sounds like we're all good. That was prompt number 9. Let's go to the last prompt for tonight, which I found, which gave me a little bit of a chuckle today, actually, when I saw this. I put this prompt up tonight. This crap.
Coco, you leave that spirituality argument alone.
Huh?
You leave that spirituality argument alone. Did you do that the other day? Yeah. You're talking about spirituality the other day. You leave that alone. Leave it alone. Another day, another week.
Oh, yeah. You talking about, yeah.
Another week.
Yeah. We'll do it next week. We'll do it next week. I tried to remember exactly what it was today, and I couldn't quite remember it. But I knew you were involved in the conversation at the time. We'll do that first thing next week. I'll talk to you offline just to remember what it was. We're gonna hit this next and last topic for tonight, which is a Southwest employee suspected a white mom with a black daughter of human trafficking, so she called the police. Let me see if I could pull up the article here. So, yeah, let me pull up this article for you guys. Off the top, I had to laugh my ass off because I think it's appropriate. I think it's what we're supposed to be doing. You see something, you say something, right? So here's this article. It says Southwest employee suspected white mom with black daughter of human trafficking, so she called the police. Mary McCarthy is demanding an apology from the airline and says her daughter, quote unquote, climbs up when it comes to talking about the incident at the Denver airport. A white mother and her 10-year-old black daughter were stopped by a Southwest employee and 2 Denver police officers after a flight attendant found them suspicious and suspected the mother of human trafficking. Mary McCarthy and her daughter, Myra, flew from Los Angeles, California to Denver, Colorado on October 22nd with a stop in San Jose after they received news that McCarthy's brother died the night before. I'm a single mom. He's like a father figure to my daughter, so we were both very much in shock. We hadn't slept. It wasn't the easiest travel, McCarthy said. After landing in Denver, they were pulled aside on the jet bridge and confronted by the officers and a Southwest employee. McCarthy learned they were pulled aside because a flight attendant suspected her of potential human trafficking, according to a report by the Denver Police Department. The flight attendant told police she flagged the family as suspicious because they were the last to board the plane and asked other passengers to change seats so they could sit together. The flight attendant didn't see the mother and daughter speak on the plane and claimed McCarthy told her daughter not to talk to the flight crew, according to the police report. McCarthy disputes the claims that she and her daughter didn't talk on the flight or that she banned her daughter from speaking to the flight crew. Upon seeing the officers, McCarthy said she went into panic mode, fearing they'd bring news of another death in family. When they questioned her and her daughter, she realized they were being stopped for an entirely different reason. They said, we're talking to you because you and your daughter were reported for suspicious behavior. That's when everything clicked in my brain. I've been a mother to a biracial child for 10 years. I'm aware of racial profiling. She took video of the incident in which her daughter is heard crying, and McCarthy said she'll retain an attorney. Eventually, the officers and Southwest representative made it clear there was a misunderstanding and let them go. Throughout the encounter, my daughter was sobbing, and I told them, look, we're traveling for a death, and she's a black girl who's 10 but looks much older than she is. She unfortunately already has had charged encounters with police. Any kid's going to be scared in a situation like this, she said. The incident was closed as unfounded with no further action necessary, according to the police report. Mr. Untouchable, if you're a flight attendant on a flight and you get suspicious of a white woman with a black child, what would you do?
Let me first say shout out to the airline staff who reported the incident of human trafficking. if I, let's just say, in your scenario, if I was traveling, let's say, with a little white girl who was 10 years old, I'm sure I'm gonna get a police call on me. I you know what? I even could say that's almost like 80%. 80%. Despite the fact that she may be my daughter, or I may have been raised in her, you know what I
Yep.
mean? I would probably get the police call on me. So shout out to the staff, because these things, these incidences happen, and you see these white kids with black children. You don't know what the relationship is. You don't know
Mhm.
what the relationship is, and no one ever second guesses or questions it. And I appreciate the fact that this airline staff was willing to question it, and was willing to call the authorities on the issue to really ferret out, or what's the word I'm looking for, to vet, to
Yeah.
ensure that this child was safe, and this child was really was with the proper person, and was no human trafficking involved. Because I don't, people say I don't trust these motherfuckers. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it is what it is,
Right.
and I appreciate and respect them for doing that.
Yeah. Good looking out. Kevin Carre, what says you?
Sorry about that. My mic was off. I have no comment to tell you. I digress my attention to the matron.
Welcome to a black world. You know what I mean? Like
Exactly.
shout out to the flight attendant that did her job and did what she was supposed to do. Maybe this Karen will speak to the inner Karen inside all the other white people that harass black people day in and day out. We talked before in this area about the fact that black children largely look older than they are and are hypersexualized or oversexualized by all types of
Mhm.
people groups because of their physical appearance, because of the hormones that they're putting in the foods and things like that. So shout out to the flight attendant. Welcome to a black world. Again, we need to reorient ourselves and re-identify who actually fits the description instead of accepting the projection of who they say fits the description.
I'll say something though. I'm kind of tired of is this thing where you claim black kids, and I'm not talking about anyone here, of course, but this claim that black children look older. Let me tell you something. When I was a young guy, like a young teen, I'm sorry, a late teen, there was a kid who grew up in the church I grew up in. Mr. Untouchable might even know this kid too. Yeah, I'll just say his first name is Fabian, right? This kid Fabian, when Fabian was my height, about 6'3", 6'4", when he was 10. We had this inter-church league, and I remember I coached the 10 and under kids, and Fabian was on the team I was coaching at center, right? And people were asking, show his passport, right? There's no way this 6'4", 6'3", 6'4" kid is 10 years old, but he was. But the reality of it was, even those people who were asking, and they were asking jokingly for his passport, everyone could look at him and tell he's not a grown man. This was my problem with the Tamir Rice situation. You pulled up on Tamir Rice. He's 12. I don't care. He might be 12, and yes, he might be 6 foot tall. I don't know how tall Tamir Rice was. But you can, if you stand there and you observe the actions of this individual, you will be able to tell that's a kid. You know what I mean? So this thing that she's pushing, she's also pushing this stereotype that young black kids appear older than what they are. And I had a real big problem with that as I was reading the prompt too. I didn't appreciate that at all. So I see we got another troll in the chat. I don't know if anyone got to them yet, but someone who said,
we waking up the demons. That's all right. That we
Yeah.
doing our job. They're just basically saying we doing. Thank you, Kill All Black. We doing our job. We waking up the demons. No worries.
yeah, this jackass came on here to talk a bunch of shit. I'm just liking your video. Kill all black people. Hope they all burn in hell. The House Reality Podcast asked, did they say the race of the flight attendant? I don't think they explicitly said the race of the flight attendant. I don't think they did. But it's interesting. For some reason, I felt like it was a sister, though. You know? But I don't know for sure. You know? Yeah, so I thought that was a good last topic for Shoot the Breeze tonight. I think it's fair game, because if I was walking with, as Mr. Untouchable said, if I was walking with one little white girl, cops wouldn't even come and talk to me. Cops will have guns raised. Depending on what country I'm in, I might get a baton straight to the head or some shit like that. You understand? And so all is fair in war. You feel me? Does anyone have any last thoughts on this prompt?
Yeah, it was a good prompt.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So
Yeah, we need to start calling the proper authorities on these Karens and these brats too. As you said, hey, all's fair in war.
All's fair in war. You know, and that's the mentality they take too. When they kill unarmed black children, what do you think they're saying to themselves? They're saying to themselves, all's fair in war. That's just what it is. It's only our dumb selves as a community who you know, want to get all upset and I can't believe this is happening, as opposed to you know, reciprocity. You know what I mean, Matron?
Facts, reciprocity. I can't tell you how many times I got pulled over because I fit the description, because I like to take road trips. I can't tell you how many times my brother has been stopped because he fit the description. What was the description? A black man in a jersey and jeans. A black woman driving a black vehicle. A black woman driving a brown vehicle. Like, you black and you exist. You fit the description. They fit the description.
Black guy in a hoodie. Like, come on, man. Black guy in some Timberlands. I mean, over 6 foot black man. I heard you guys talking about the 5 foot 11 and a half last night. You know, I mean, come on, man. But the idea, the bottom line is all is fair in war. Mr. Untouchable, you have the last word.
No, I appreciate the commentary tonight. It was very good. Like I say, you know, when you're doing something correctly, when you wake up the devils. So I appreciate the fact that we wake up the devils tonight and get them to come out, you know, and show the monsters that they are. But I would also say that we was touching on spirituality this week. And I hope we touch on that, because that's a very interesting discussion. Especially you have Matron in the room, who is a theologian to some degree, and you have a lot of spiritualists who will probably be interested in that topic next week. So
Do me the favor, if you can, and remind me what exactly the topic was. So just shoot me a message somewhere. You can shoot it in the private chat here if you want. Just remind me what it was. I couldn't quite remember what it was.
Send me an email. Let me send it in a private chat. I'll just
Okay. All right.
Yeah. It's just talking about African spirituality, but I'll
Dorico says a black man in a nice car. You know, that's a popular one. Like, there's always some jive like that's going on. So again, if that's what they do to us, then we should do similar. All is fair. All is fair in love and war, right? So I send that to you. So I want to thank all you guys who are here tonight. Dorico Cooper, I'm sorry you came in late, but I guess you could catch up on everything in the playback. Thanks for being here. Kill all black people. I hope they all burn in hell. Thank you for being here too, even though you're disliking the video and whatnot. That's fine. House Rally Podcast, that's D Web. Appreciate you, bro. Thanks for being here. Azuliism was around as well. Achieve Mindset was here. KW Dawn 7 was here, of course. And I think that Ochanda, Jacadero Asawe was here as well. Might still be here. And whoever else might be here lurking, who I can't see in the chat. I think I got everyone from the chat room who was here. But last but not least, of course, thanks to Mr. Untouchable.
Yes, sir.
For
Yes,
being
sir.
here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thanks to the matron for always being supportive and being here and giving great insight. Thanks to Kevin Carre, of course, who also donated some topics tonight as well. So I appreciate all of you. Derico Cooper says it's all good. I'll catch the playback. That's all good. So I want to thank you guys again. I'll be back here on Tuesday, continuing the reading from the book Nation Building. I'll be back on Thursday with some topic. On Thursday, we'll discuss. And then next week, of course, it'll be Shoot the Breeze, man. We'll come here and have a good old time. Talk about Petrie, Bailiff Petrie, and all that shit. If it comes up, right? I appreciate all of you guys for being here. Make sure you guys check out the other shows on KWAZ Radio. The Pro Black Perspective is tomorrow. The Pro Black Perspective is tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Check out the Matron's last show from last night. Check out, I'm sure D-Web and them from the Harsh Reality Podcast has something cooking. So make sure you subscribe to their channels to know when something new is dropping. And spread the word about the podcast network. We're trying to get people who are Black equals African, representing different aspects and geographic areas of the diaspora. So let people know, donate to the podcast network, support all the shows. I appreciate every one of you for tuning in tonight. We will do it again. I'll see you soon. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Choku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.